Welcome to Power BI tutorial by Intellipaat. But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Data is generated everywhere. The world contains huge amount of data which keeps on growing day by day. This huge data generated is very difficult to manage and analyze. For the successful growth of the organization, it's very important to make the right business decisions based on data presented. It is necessary to fetch relevant data and present it in an understandable and simple format. Fortunately, Microsoft Power BI, the number one business intelligence tool, helps to turn raw data into meaningful information, helps to manage, create reports and dashboards in a very short duration of time. Power BI allows one to look at the past and present data to make future decisions. Today, there is a huge demand for Power BI certified professionals in top MNCs, and they are offering handsome salaries. So, if you wish to learn Power BI and make a career in it, then this video is the right start for you. In this video, we have covered all the concepts of Power BI, starting from basics to advanced level, along with hands-on demo and interview preparation, to make your learning easy and fast. Now, without any further ado, let's get started.
Well, what is business intelligence? We might have heard the term business, we might have heard of the term business intelligence, but we might have not heard it together as one unit, right? I mean, sure, in a world where we are surrounded by IT, many of you guys might have actually worked with BI, know BI, or ever heard of BI. But then to check out the basic aspect of what it is, we need to start with the definition, guys. So here's a very simple definition of what business intelligence is. It is nothing but a very simple set of architectures, technologies, and consider processes. And what these does is basically it is used to convert all raw, unruly data into meaningful information. And this meaningful information at the end of the day will make the business profitable in some means. So think of it this way, right? So it converts raw data into meaningful information that drives profitable business actions, guys. So BI basically, it covers all the processes that is needed and methods that is needed. Like, there are some methods of data collection, data analysis, data storage, and so much more. So all of these data are collected from business operations, or let's say any day-to-day activities in a company. And at the end of it, all of this is analyzed, collected, stored, and, operated upon so that we can get an output, get a result, which will basically help us to optimize performance at the end of it. And business intelligence has a direct impact on the organization's strategic operations, tactical operations, and even the business decisions on a very big scale, guys. So on that note, there might be so many business intelligence tools out there. We have Tableau, we have QuickView, we have Power BI, and so on and so forth, guys. There are multiple tools out there in the world. So how are these tools selected by companies? Well, the first thing is pretty much availability and usage. They need to check out what tool is available. They need to find out what their usages are, and if it matches with what the tool is offering, then that's a tick mark, guys. And number two is how easy is it to learn and use, because even at a startup, it might be two guys who are learning a new BI tool to a Fortune 500 established firm where there are thousands of developers who sit and collaborate and work on a product. So they need to cater to each and every one of these guys to see how easy it is to learn and to use at the end of the day to help drive their business to success. And then after this, it is the quality of data visualization the tool provides. You can have basic visualizations, something which looks intermediate, and you have advanced, very beautiful looking data visualizations as well. So what is the quality of data visualization that they are looking for as a company? How much money are they willing to spend? Again, that brings us right to point number 4, which is cost and ease of setup. Because something which is extremely expensive, where the company doesn't make use of half of its features, is a waste of manpower, it's a waste of money. But then if you are picking up a data visualization tool which is just perfect for your needs in terms of cost, in terms of ease of use, in terms of setup, in terms of usage, and much more, it's going to be a perfect hit, guys. So comparing all of these 4 points, it is basically done. Sure, it is more convoluted than this, but most of these companies start out with these 4 points as the key foundations to check out what tools they can pick up for their business intelligence requirements, guys. So on that note, we need to check out why we require business intelligence. I have a couple of points down for you guys here, but then the most important things you need to know is that business intelligence helps mainly in terms of KPIs, guys. So KPI basically stands for key performance indicators, and these are the statistics, these are the numbers which help drive a data driven business to success at the end of the day. So it'll give you all the numbers from day to day activities, profits, losses, in case you're selling a product, how many units got sold, where it got sold, why a product is performing very good, why a product is not performing very good. So these why questions, W questions, what, why, when, where, the answers to all these questions are basically given by the key performance indicators, and BI helps give you an extremely good clarity in terms of that, guys. And the second thing is process benchmarking. Every company has a goal that they need to achieve: quarterly goals, half year goals, yearly goals, 10-year goals, and whatnot, right? So all these goals are put into place, and then making sure that you achieve those goals. So having a road which is attainable, where you can walk on that road and get to that goal, having a goal which is reachable basically is what I'm trying to tell you guys. And process benchmarking does just that. So with the help of business intelligence, you can get to know if you're getting closer to your goal or further away from your goal, guys. And then the next important reasons, extremely important reasons, are driving sales. Because at the end of the day, you're using business intelligence to drive a business to success entirely. You're going to use analytics, you're going to use a lot of statistics, mathematics, and everything. You're doing all of these to make sure you sell more of your products in case you're selling a product, or understand why you're not selling well enough. So driving sales is the backbone of sales is basically the backbone of any product based company, and then helping sales to do better, to fare better in this competitive world is always an advantage, guys. And the next reason why you would require business intelligence is because of business problems. Any business, small, intermediate sized, or large ones, face problems on multiple levels. So having a solution to understand what the problem is about and why the problem was faced by that particular company is extremely vital, as I'm stressing, for any company, guys. So understanding the problems and catering to provide a solution is very vital there as well. And then for a developer, all of these was for companies, right? So for a developer, how is it good enough? Well, a business intelligence job, as you can become an business intelligence engineer, business intelligence architect, developer, and whatnot. So all of these jobs are extremely high in demand, and these are the jobs, these are the top. Business intelligence is one of the top 10 careers for the year 2020, and there are surveys which say that business intelligence has taken off on a very large scale, and it's going to stay on the top 1 to 5 positions for the next 5-10 years as well, guys. So it is highly in demand, it is trending, and I would urge you guys to take a deeper look and jump on the trend train as well. And then coming to job abundance again, in this competitive world, more the job openings better, right? So you might be thinking business intelligence might be a niche concept because not many companies are a part of it. Well, let me tell you that almost every big firm, it's not supposed to be big firms, it's almost every firm which needs some sort of analysis from the data has used or is using business intelligence tools, and this opens up a world of opportunity for all of the learners, guys.
To work in this business intelligence, we have these are very generic stages, right? It's not like only in Power BI you do it, or only in Tableau you do it. Even if you work on any kind of data, even in Excel is also BI tool. You can do everything in Excel as well. But Excel has some limitation. Very old tool. So Excel is not having modern functionalities. But these generic stages you follow in almost every BI tool, right? What do you do basically? First, you collect the data, then you do the data cleansing, you do the data reporting and visualization, and then you share it with your business users. There they take decisions, they look for the data, they take the numbers, and they talk about those numbers, they talk about the facts. And if you notice one thing, each stage is interconnected to each. So it's a cycle. means reporting or analysis never ends, right? Reporting or analysis never ends. It's a continuous, it's an iterative approach, right? You will get, let's say you have completed one report and you share it with your business users. Then your business user will come up with more ask, with more modifications, more changes. Then again, you will do the whole thing. The business user will again ask more things. So it's a continuous delivery model, continuous enhancement model. So reporting, analysis never ends. This the same thing is written here, like what is collection, like collecting the data from different sources. Like data source could be anything for you. For example, any ERP data, like your Oracle apps, SAP system data, or your Microsoft 365 or Tally data, anything, right? Wherever your data is, maybe in ERP system or in databases, in Excel files, CSV, flat files, SharePoint, Salesforce, all these are the data sources. Data sources. So we use these data sources to bring all the data in Power BI. Okay, so now business intelligence is basically the collection of these four stages. Once you got the data, then you will start doing some data cleansing. You replace some values, some data from here. You implement some business logics. You do a lot of stuff, which comes to your data cleansing, or sometimes we call it ETL stuff also. Extract, transform, and load, ETL. Then you do some data visualization, maybe using charts, pie charts, donut charts, table, different charts you use, and you visualize your data. And then you share your report with your business users so that they can take the decisions better. Now let's come to the use case. What is the use case of BI? So BI is something like, it's not like only few organizations are using it, or only big companies or enterprise organizations are using the business intelligence. Every organization, even a small company, any startup also analyzing their data, and even small companies, startup companies, and mid-sized organizations, they are focusing more on the data because they know data is the new oil, which they can leverage to generate more and more revenue and to gain more profit. Correct? So there are a couple of use cases around us. BI is everywhere. BI is not, few people think like BI can be used in sales, BI can be used in the marketing only. So it doesn't matter. Wherever you have the data, you can use the BI. BI is everywhere, right? Either you are in finance domain, in education, in sales, marketing, campaigning, or advisory, auditing, or services, warranty, FP&A, anywhere. BI can be used everywhere, wherever you have the data. We have a couple of use cases like data semantics. Data semantics is an organization, and as an organization, this organization's sales users were not having any, I would say, single source of the data, single source of all the reports and all the information. So they used business intelligence tool, and they used Power BI to create a sales prediction dashboard and sales reporting dashboard, where all their users can see the data, they can do slice and dice the data, they can filtration the data, and they can quickly generate the PowerPoint as well if they want. So by doing all this stuff, now they can save their lot of time. They were spending almost all their time in Excel. So now by just implementing it, now they can save the time and they can focus on more advanced analysis now. Means they are not wasting their time again and again on handling the data in Excel. They have the data already ready. They have the dashboards ready. Now they can work on the action, right? So, and just a quick sample, you can see how the dashboard looks like, right? It's just a sample, right? It's not a real dashboard. It's just to give you a feel like how a dashboard looks like, how visuals looks like, right? Now we have another example of Dell. Dell is also using Power BI, right, in their education data management. And let's say if any new employee or any new, I would say, person join the Dell, then they want to conduct a lot of training programs for them. They want to see their performance. They want to manage or monitor a lot of things. So they have a dashboard design where they can access all the KPIs. They can see the trend. They can see a correlation between the courses and the participants' interest. They can see the grading system, how many students are getting good grade, A grade, B grade, like that. Correct? So basically, from this dashboard, everything they can extract in just a couple of seconds or minutes. Correct? So now, one thing is clear: BI is for everyone. anyone can use the BI, right? Doesn't matter whether it's a manufacturing organization, it's a finance industry, it's a finance organization, it's a banking, or it's your government agencies, government companies, schools, universities. Anyone can use the BI. Wherever you have the data and you want to analyze, you can use the BI. How many tools you have to analyze the BI? So we have a couple of tools available in the market, but these are the few tools which are in demand right now, right? Like Click, ClickView or ClickSense, you can call it, Power BI, Tableau, and Zoho Analytics. Zoho is a very popular CRM tool which came in the picture in last couple of 5-6 years only, and has a good market capture from the CRM standpoint. So to analyze that data, Zoho is coming up with their own analytics tool as well. Correct. But if you ask for the top leaders, then these are the top leaders: Click, Tableau, and Power BI. And how I say these are the top leaders, because there are a lot of good companies, a lot of organizations who are conducting the surveys. They are doing a lot of researches, and based on the researches and surveys, they are releasing this fact: like, yes, these are the number one or number two or number three tools in the market. These are the leaders, right? So there are a couple of organizations, like you can see Gartner is an organization, and the Forsters and Data BI. There are some other organizations as well. So just take an example of a Gartner. So if I just look for the Gartner's Magic Quadrant for business intelligence, let me show you what is this Gartner. Gartner is a company, right? It's a US-based research and advisory company. This company conduct a lot of event, a lot of researches, and based on all these things, they release a lot of white papers, a lot of reports, to pick the best tools, to pick the best services in the industry, right? And they conduct all these surveys in the services, advisory, and in tools, in IT tools as well. So this organization is a well listed, and it is listed in a New York Stock Exchange as well, and very big, very well known, and very old organization. So this organization conduct a lot of surveys on multiple things. So this organization has a well-known business intelligence Magic Quadrant for 2021, right? And if I open the website, here you see a couple of websites I'm opening, and here we'll see. So here you can see this is sourced by Gartner, and this report was released in Feb 21. Correct. And what was the Gartner? Here you can see Gartner is an organization well known in research and advisory firm. They release a lot of surveys. They do a lot of reports, or release white papers on multiple domains. Whitelist, it's a listed company in New York Stock Exchange, founded in 1979, and revenue is 425 crore USD, which is in 2019. So very big company. This company conducts a lot of surveys. So you can see the result of the survey. Microsoft Power BI is on top, right? Microsoft Power BI is on top. Then you have Tableau, you have Click. These are the three. You have only the leaders quadrant. Although there are so many then. And this is not, it's not like if you are seeing it on Microsoft website, so Microsoft is coming on the top. It's not like that. Even if you look at Click website, on Click website also you see the same report, right? And on Click also you can see Microsoft is on top, because this is a well-known and very well accepted report by industry, by all the experts. Correct. Even if you go on a let's say Sisense website, this is another website, the same report you see there as well. Correct. All right. Okay. So now come back to why Power BI? Because we have seen Power BI as the number one tool in the segment, but why Power BI is called as a number one tool? What are those things which are making Power BI as a number one, or the leader in the segment? First is, and the important thing is, affordability, cost. Every organization wants to save some cost, some money, and especially in this pandemic situation, every company is trying to find out some solutions where they can save some money so that they can report the more profit. So in this case now, when I say cost, right? So it is very affordable. It's not a very expensive tool. Means even any small startup, any startup company can easily afford it. Even an individual user can also afford it, like myself. I also have a Power BI license. It's very small amount. You just need to use your credit card and purchase one license, right? Power BI is not, Microsoft is not saying like you cannot purchase one license. You can, right? But every month, Microsoft is just billing your credit card for one license cost, and that one license cost is $9.99. 9.99, or if I say $10, right? $10, that would be easy for us. So one license cost is $10, but accurate if you go in more detail, that it is 9.99 marketing strategy. That is per user, right? It is per user cost per month, right? So if you say what is the cost for one user annual cost, then simply 10 multiplied by 12, $120 per year cost for one user. Or in terms of, I mean, in Indian rupees, you can call it 720 rupees. This is 720 rupees is per month cost, right? This is per month cost, 720 Indian rupees. It's all calculated for one user only, right? So if you say for what is the cost for one user for a year in Indian rupees, so that is just 8,640 Indian rupees. That's it. 1 year license cost for one user, correct? Now there are a lot of things on top of it, correct? It's not the only one licensing cost. This is beginning, right? Generally whenever you go to buy something, you see a tagging of the cost is like price starts from this, so price start from $10. Then you have multiple costing structure here, but this is the starting cost, and within $10 you can do a lot of things, almost the full potential you can use of the Power BI, correct? We have some other costing structures as well, so when the time will come, I'll explain you all those things as well. But the Power BI pricing starts from the $10, which is a very basic license, correct? That's the one reason, cost. Power BI is not a very expensive tool. It comes in the budget easily. Next is natural language query, where Power BI allows the business users to ask questions on ad hoc basis. Means if any user wants to want to see some data, and that data is not available on the dashboard, on the report, then they can just ask a question by just typing up simple English, plain English, right? Like you talk with your colleagues in the same language, you can talk to the Power BI. Just write a question, Power BI will give you the answer in a visualization form, right? Very helpful, very easy, and no additional cost for it. So this is another powerful thing of Power BI. Real-time streaming. This makes Power BI more powerful, where you can do the real-time data analysis. You can bring the data from your streaming data sets. You can bring the data from your databases, right? So on near real-time basis also, you can visualize the data. You can do the analysis. Custom visualization. Power BI has hundreds of visualizations library where you can explore the visuals, where you can download different visuals from I would say from its visual gallery without any additional cost. So within that license cost, which we were talking a few minutes ago, everything is included in that cost, correct? And that's just a basic price. We have some other costing as well. Next. So now this is all about the Power BI. Now let's discuss about Power BI. Most of the time when we say Power BI, we call it Power BI as a reporting tool, right? So Power BI is not only a reporting tool. Power BI is not only a reporting tool. Power BI is basically a data analytics suite, data analytics package, right? From the data analytics package, in this data analytics package, there are so many tools you have, so many components you have. Depending on the use case, depending on the requirement, you can use any of the component, right? So introduction to Power BI is Microsoft product, number one. So now Power BI is almost, we can say, 6 years old product now in the market. It has a wide range of the components. Power BI is very popular in the market right now because of its features and its functionalities, and it has very good integration with all the Microsoft tools, especially with Excel. Power BI is very easy to learn, among all the BI tools. That is the another reason for the demand of Power BI. Easy to learn, easy to implement, and I mean anybody can learn Power BI in just, I would say, in a month. But it's not like in 1 month we can become an expert. No, in 1 month we can get at least 60% knowledge, around 60% knowledge of Power BI. But that 60% has more depth, and rest 40% knowledge comes by the experience, obviously. I won't say like in 1 month you can get 100% Power BI, never possible, because Power BI is very vast, correct? But within 1 month, we can understand, we can learn that much Power BI so that we can start working on the projects. We can start giving the interviews. We will be on a stage, on a position to clear and to face the interviews, correct? So Power BI allows you to perform a lot of operations like data connection. First, you make the data connection with your data sources. You extract your data, and then you do some data transformation, like you do some cleansing of the data, removing some data or filtering some data, correct? Writing some business logics. Then you have modeling. Under the modeling section, you start creating some relationships between your data. You write some DAX, right? You write some business logics in format of the DAX formula language. Then you data visualizations you do, and then you start sharing the reports. So this is kind of a life cycle of a Power BI report. So if you want to create one report, then you need to do all these things at least, right? Everything is possible within the Power BI desktop only. And I hope all of you have the Power BI desktop installed in your machine. So if I go to this Power BI desktop, everything, all these steps you see here, everything we do from the Power BI desktop only, correct? All right. When we say components of Power BI, so we have multiple components, right? So here you can see Power BI service, Power BI desktop, Power BI gateway. These are the key components, means these components are used by almost every organization. And rest of the components you see here, those components are not, I would say, not used by every organization. These are used by few organizations only. These are, I mean, scenario based. If any organization has that scenario, then only they use these components. But these three are most commonly used, and every time, every organization has these at least. So in this training program, we are going to learn all these 8 components. We are going to talk on all these 8 components, but we'll be spending most of the time on these 3 things, right? Now, so very first is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a desktop application, which you can see here. This is your Power BI Desktop, which I have already installed in my machine, and you have also installed this one. In Power BI Desktop, you create your reports, you create your data model basically, which is a free application. Within this tool, you connect to multiple data sources, you transform the data, you model your data, and you visualize your data, correct? And from the Power BI Desktop, you share your reports with business users. Where you publish it? You publish it to the Power BI service. Power BI service is a browser-based application, correct? Power BI service is a browser-based application. Model is, okay, quick question I get, what is model? Model is nothing but when you have multiple tables data loaded and you write some logics in between those tables and you make some linking, some join in those tables, then we call this as a model, correct? Just a standard term, nothing else. Got it? Or you can call it a data set as well. So from the Power BI Desktop, you publish your report. Here you have a publish button. From the Power BI Desktop, you deploy, you publish your report on Power BI service so that your business users can access the report. They can interact with the reports. So how Power BI service looks like? Now, Power BI service is a browser-based application. You don't need to install anything for it. What you need, you need a Power BI account and browser, that's it. So here you see, this is the Power BI service, which is a cloud application, or I can say SaaS application, software as a service, which is completely managed by Microsoft, right? It's Power BI Online. So from here, your business users can access the reports, they can access the data, they can access the dashboard. Let's say I'm a business user or I'm a CEO, director. They want to access some reports, dashboard. They can come here, they can access all these things from here. They can scroll it down, right? And if they want, they can do a lot of more things from here. They can ask the questions about the data. They can share this. They can export it in PowerPoint or in PDF. There are so many things what we can do, right? So the Power BI service is mainly used by business users, by the report viewers to interact with reports and dashboards. Correct? What is Power BI Data Gateway? Power BI Data Gateway is another very valuable component, which is again free, which helps you to do scheduled data refresh. Right? Data refresh is the key, because if you have created something and that data is not refreshing, that report is not for any use. Nobody will use your report. Right? Everybody wants to see updated data on daily basis, weekly basis, or hourly basis, depends. Correct? See that scheduled data refresh or that auto data refresh you do using the data gateway or Power BI gateway. Correct?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Next, we have Power BI Report Server. Power BI Report Server is an alternate of a Power BI service. As I was saying, Power BI service is a cloud application, online application. But if any organization don't want to use online or cloud application, they can use on-premises application, means offline application. So that is Power BI Report Server. Correct. Next, we have Power BI mobile app, and there is no surprise in it. That Power BI also has a mobile app. Obviously, everything is on the mobile now. The entire world is now dependent on mobile. So why not the Power BI? So all the mobile reports, dashboards, accessing, filtration, sharing, it's all possible from your mobile device as well. In your mobile phone, in your Android phones, iPhones, Windows phones, you can install the mobile app, and which is again free. You can log in using your credentials and you can interact with the report from anywhere. By sitting anywhere, you can see what is the sales, what is the loss, what's going on in your company, what's going on in the business, right? Managers, directors, they can get the information from anywhere at any point of time. Next, we have Power BI Excel feature. This allows the business users to take the Power BI data in Excel, right? This is very good tool and very popular. Right? Basically, this allows them to export Power BI data in Excel. Next, we have Power BI Report Builder. Power BI Report Builder is used sometimes to create such reports like some documented reports or paginated reports like invoice, receipts, and delivery notes. These type of reports are created generally in the Power BI Report Builder. Correct? Next, we have Power BI Embedded, last component, which allows the developers to integrate Power BI report in third-party applications. Let's say you have a report, Power BI report. That report you want to show in SharePoint. Or maybe you want to show that report in your website, in mobile app, or maybe in CRM portal, or anywhere. Correct? So basically, it's all about the integration. When you want to embed the Power BI report in some other application, then you will use the Power BI embedded process. Correct? So these are the components. Currently, I'm just discussing on a very high level, right? Because I do not want you to make uncomfortable, right? So let's keep it on a very basic level first, on a very high level. Going forward, we have dedicated discussions, dedicated module on each of the components. Okay. So this was the components of Power BI. Now let's start understanding the Power BI pricing. Right. And to explain you the Power BI pricing, I take you to the Power BI website because there we have a better way to talk and see it in a more clear picture. Power BI pricing. Let's do the pricing and product comparison here. So basically we have two choice of the license, Power BI Pro and Power BI Premium. Although we have one more before it, that I call Zero, which is free, Power BI free. Being a free user also, you can use Power BI, but you will not be able to use most of the features. You will not be able to share. You will not be able to, I would say, contribute. So it's just like a test drive, right? So whenever you go to buy any car, first you ask for a test drive, right? So this Power BI free is like a test drive, right? You can just see how the interface looks like, how functionalities looks like. But if you want to use, then you need to buy that. Correct. So for that you have two options: a pro or a premium. Correct. Now in pro, license cost is $10, $9.99 per user per month. It's a per user cost, right? Which is very clearly mentioned here, $9.99. But the second one is Power BI Premium. Premium comes now in two options: a premium per user or premium per capacity, right? Premium, what is premium and what is pro? First thing is this: what is premium and what is pro? So let's say when I was saying you are going to, you are planning to buy a car and you have already taken a test drive using this Power BI free account. Now, when you say your requirements are just to use some basic functionalities of Power BI or to use Power BI for day-to-day purpose, so you can go with the Pro. Pro is like any of your in-budget car. I would say any of the brand, like you can go with the Hyundai, Tata, or Kia, or I would say Maruti Suzuki. Right? These are your Power BI Pro. Like within the budget, you get each and everything whatever is needed. But if you say no, I need some luxury, I want a brand. So you can go with Audi, Mercedes, Range Rover, Jaguar. That's what premium. That's your luxury. If you want some luxury features in Power BI, like you want some artificial intelligence advanced analytics, you want some machine learning based analytics, you want some most frequent data refreshes, you want real time streaming analysis, you want some deployment pipelines to automate the deployment process, right? If you want to share outside your company, then you need, means your expectations are something for luxury, then you go with the premium. But if you say no, my use is just for basic purpose, I just want to travel, I just want to do my use it for my for daily needs, for daily basic purpose, then you can stick with Pro. Pro give you everything whatever you need for viewing the data, analyzing the data, sharing, exporting, PowerPoint, PDF. All these features are included in it. But on top of it, you want more benefits, more power, more capacity, then you go with the premium, right? So this is a very high level understanding of Pro and Premium. Correct? Pro has just $10 per month per user. In Premium, earlier we were not having this option. We were not having this option. This came in market somewhere in last year, September or October. Before that, we were having only this option, and this one was very expensive for any company. $5,000 per month. $5,000 per month, right? It was very expensive. So then, what Microsoft thought, let's bring out another version of it that would be a per user premium. Means it's a premium, but instead of paying the license cost for bulk user, you can pay for one user or two users as well, right? Maybe for 5 users or 10 users. For example, if any organization wants to use the luxury features, but they do not have, let's say, 1,500 employees in their company, means they don't want the per capacity. They do not want to purchase entire capacity. They just want the premium features, but in a less cost. So then Microsoft came up with this Power BI Premium per user license. So this is called Power BI Premium per user. This is called Power BI Premium per capacity. So per user cost is $20. Means it is something like if you want to just, if you in your organization, if you have 10 users who wants to use Power BI Premium, then they can spend, your organization can spend $20. So it's just double of this, right? This is $10, this is $20. And if you have bulk users, more than 50, around like 1,000, 1,200, 1,500 users, then you can purchase one capacity. This is one capacity cost. If you have, let's say, 3,000 users, then simple logic, you need two capacity. And two capacity cost is $10,000. Correct? So this is all about licensing. Now, in these licensing, let me go back to our slide now. Here it is more simplified way now. What is free? That's what I was saying. It's just a test drive. Means you cannot use it for production purpose. You cannot use most of the things which are the required. Means publishing or using workspaces, creating dashboard. That's not possible here, and that's the main thing, right? So if you want it, Power BI Pro is more than enough for you. Power BI Pro gives you everything, whatever you need. License cost is just $10 per month for a user. It gives you 10 GB space and allows you to refresh your report in for 8 times in one day. Means one report you can refresh 8 times in one day. In premium, as I was saying, it's a luxury, right? It's your, like I would say, uh, premium features. So it gives you a capacity based, which costs you around $5,000, or you can say $20 per user, which gives you 100 TB capacity, right? 48 times of data refresh for one report. Correct. On top of it, there are some additional benefits as well, some AI ML benefits which you have in Power BI Premium. You can share externally, means outside your organization also you can share your reports. Correct. So this is all about the Power BI pricing. So now let's come back to another thing, that is the building block. So building block is just a term, right? It's not any feature or you don't see it anywhere, right? Why I'm highlighting this point, because when we read this slide and going forward, maybe after 2-3 days or 2-3 weeks, you will say, where was that building block? Because we haven't saw that anywhere in Power BI. That's not written anywhere. It's just a concept. It's just a conceptual knowledge, correct? So now we have 5 building blocks, or I would say, I don't use this building block term. I don't like it. Even Microsoft follow this building block, which unnecessarily confuses us. Like, what is building block? I would say these are the 5 terms, right? These 5 terms we have, which usually we use everywhere whenever we talk with each other, whenever we Google, whenever we use Power BI, we use these terms basically, right? Like visualization, reports, data sets, tiles, dashboard. So these are the things which you create, which you use within the Power BI. So there are 3 things. These 3 things which you create in Power BI Desktop, right? You create or you use in Power BI Desktop, and these 2 you see here. These are on Power BI service. So very first thing is how you start in Power BI. Let's say you have data in Excel and you want to analyze that using that Excel data. You want to create some visualizations. You want to create some dashboards. So how you start? First, you load that data in Power BI. You load that data in Power BI, and then you call that is your data set. Within that, you write some logics, you do some transformation cleansing on data. We are not going to that depth level right now. So you loaded that data in Power BI and you said, okay, this is my data set. Okay, fine. Using that data set, you create a pie chart. You create a pie chart. Using that data set, you create a 1 column chart. You create a table. You create a bar chart, right? What are these things? These are your visualizations, right? So these visual elements like charts, graphs, all these are called as visualizations, or their nickname is visuals. You can call visuals also as a short form. Fine. When you add all these things, let's say this pie chart you add here, this column chart you add here, this donut chart you add here, other charts when you add here, then you call it's a report. So one thing is clear: a report is nothing but report is a collection of the multiple visualizations. Correct? Published to Power BI service, then you create dashboards. And to create the dashboard, you need the tiles. Tile is nothing but tile is just a snapshot. Why snapshot? Because you cannot filter, you cannot slice dice the data. That will be just a snapshot of your visual. So whatever the visual you added on the report here, let's say your pie chart is now here, right? Your column chart is here on the report. Now, when you use this pie chart or this column chart in dashboard, then you call them that these are your tiles, correct? So in short, you can say these two things directly or indirectly are same thing, tiles or visuals. The difference is only when a pie chart, when you are adding that pie chart on report, you call it's a visualization. And when that pie chart you are adding on dashboard, you call it's a tile. That's it. Okay. Now these tiles you add on a dashboard and you build a data story here, right? You build a data story. And if you are thinking, is dashboard and report are the different things? Yes. In Power BI, these are the different things. Power BI dashboards you can create only on the Power BI service.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customers says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
Right? And please don't think like if in Power BI Desktop, if you are creating some charts, some graphs, colorful things, and you are thinking that's a dashboard, no, that is not a dashboard. That is a report, correct? Because dashboard is a different concept, at least in Power BI. I'm not talking about the other tools because different tools, different standard, different definitions, correct? So this is all your, I would say, building blocks or Power BI terms. Now we proceed to the next, architecture of Power BI. When we say architecture of Power BI, we have very simple and straightforward architecture here where you can see these are your data sources. Data sources could be anything like your, I would say it could be your Excel, CSV, SQL, SharePoint, anything. Wherever your data is, that is your data source. That data source data you bring in Power BI Desktop, you blend your data, you massage your data, you sanitize your data, like cleaning, removing the columns, adding new columns, writing some business logics, creating joins and all this, that, everything. Basically, you whole massage this data within this Power BI Desktop. And you make some charts, right? You make the visuals, reports on top of the data sets, and then you publish your report to Power BI service, right? Your report is published to Power BI service. Now, Power BI service is a cloud application. From here, your business can log in using mobile, tablet, or laptop, desktop, and they can access, they can interact with the report, correct? But this data is static because I publish this data today, so your users, my users, are able to view the data of based on today's date. But when they log in tomorrow, I want to make sure they see updated data. They see the tomorrow's updated data. So using this data gateway, we make a connection with our data source, and this data gateway will bring the latest data from the data source and will populate it to the Power BI service data sets so that my users can see updated data based on the defined time frequency. Let's say every day 10 a.m. report should be automatically refreshed. Okay, I will just create a job, a scheduler here, and this data gateway will be running automatically at 10 a.m. every day to refresh the data in this report. Correct? Very simple, straightforward architecture of Power BI, right? All right, so now let's have a quick understanding of Power BI Desktop, right? Although we have already installed Power BI Desktop, everyone has the Power BI Desktop in machine. So this is Power BI Desktop. Within this tool, you do a lot of things. For now, we have just a couple of things which we need to make sure. We need to make sure that we are using the latest version of Power BI Desktop, right? How? Just go to Help tab, and there you see About. Under Help tab, you can see About. And you can see here, this is your latest version of the Power BI Desktop, correct? So it means you are using the latest version of Power BI Desktop. That's fine, perfect. If you are using a previous version, let's say 1, 2, or 3 months older, that's also fine. But it should not be too old. Like we are using 6 months old, 1 year old of Power BI Desktop. That's not good because since then there are so many new things added in the Power BI, so you won't be able to use new features. So make sure you have the latest one. Another thing is, all of you need to go in File, go to the File tab, and Options and Settings, Options. You can follow the steps with the recordings later. Now, under this section here, you go to Preview Features, and you will see these all features available here. If these are not check marked, if these are not selected, make sure you select all of them. Select all these features. These are the newly released features in Power BI, which are in just beta release, in the preview release, right? So you need to manually check all these things if you want to use these, correct? So I would say check mark all these and click OK. If you don't check mark, then you won't be able to use a couple of things in Power BI Desktop. So this is a one-time setup. Very first time when you install the Power BI Desktop, you need to do it. I repeated where it was. Go to File, Options and Settings, and Options, and go to Preview Features. Here you just need to turn on, select all these features and click OK. That's it, correct? For now, let's close this. No need to save anything. Now let's see how we start with the reports basically. This is just conceptually we are understanding right now, because this is, so how you start report. On a very high level, there are three things you do. First, you connect with the data sources. You make the connection with data sources. So in next class, we will be understanding the data extraction part, connecting to the data source, right? Then we'll start transforming the data, right? We'll start preparing the data transformations, calculations, cleansing of the data. Whole thing we'll do in our module 3, overview of the Power BI Desktop. So quick check, meanwhile the Power BI Desktop is opening. Okay, and another thing is, when you install the Power BI Desktop, after installing the Power BI Desktop, what you should take here? What are the very first thing? There is a big list, fine, but those features were a preview features. Means whenever Power BI release a new function, new feature, then that release, that they mark it as a preview, like a beta, initial release, right? So in order to use all preview features, all beta features, you need to make sure that you have marked, you have enabled these features from the Power BI Desktop settings, correct? And make sure you work on the latest version of the Power BI Desktop. And where is that option to see, to check mark? We go to the File, Options and Settings, and Options. And here you go, Preview Features. You need to make sure that all these preview features are selected. If they are selected only, then you will be able to use it, otherwise, correct? And this is a one-time setup, yes. But when you install the Power BI Desktop next time, means you upgrade it, right? You download the latest version of Power BI Desktop, and you upgrade your Power BI Desktop. In that upgrade or in that release, let's say Microsoft announced one more new feature. That new feature you need to enable, correct? Rest will be enabled by default, but that new one you need to enable. Got it? All right, so Power BI Desktop has been open here, and you can see we have a couple of options. I would say not couple, so many options in Power BI Desktop, right? And there are a lot which are behind these. There's another window behind it where we have more options. So it means there are bunches, right? And on each bunch we have so much information. So let's start. Let's try to gather as much as possible we can. Let's go. So this is my Power BI Desktop. In Power BI Desktop, we have too much information, too many things. But the point is, from where we start, how to start, what's the starting point? So the starting point is data. Data is like a fuel. If you decide to travel from your home to let's say to any destination, so what do you do first? You want to travel with using your car. So in your car, what you need very first thing? So you need fuel, right? If you have the fuel, then it's good. If you don't have the fuel, let's get the fuel first, correct? So the data is the fuel. Without data, it's nothing. It's just a window, just a screen. So if you say you need some fuel, you need some data. If you have some data, then it's good. Otherwise, within Power BI gives you a sample data set. You can utilize this sample data set if you don't have any data set. When you want to start with sample data, just click on this and it quickly connects you with sample data, and that sample data is stored within the Power BI desktop storage. You can see you want to start working with the data, and you need some experiment. You want to do some experiment. For that, you need sample data. Just click on that, and the sample data will start loading in Power BI. And you will see this option here. You have these tables. Let's say you want to see the financials data. You select that data on this navigator window, and you can see this is a preview of a data. It's not the complete data. It's just a couple of records so that you can have a look what type of data you have in this table, correct? So if you want, you can load this data further, or you can transform this data, right? What is this load? What is transform? When to use what? That is on the way. Correct. So this is all about, like, if you want to use sample data of Power BI, you can use this one. But why to use the sample data if we have our own data sets? Let's go. So in order to start working, we need data. And to get the data, we should go to the data sources, right? We can choose both as well, Shreya. We need the data, and to get the data, we should go for the data sources. Data sources are what? Quick question for you guys. What do you understand from the data source? So data source is just a place where your data is stored. That's it. Data source is just a place where the data is stored. And that place could be anything. Maybe Excel, CSV, text file, PDF file, JSON file, XML file, binary Excel file, or a SQL database, IBM DB2 database, Oracle database, Sybase, Teradata database, Azure SQL, IBM DB2, or Amazon Redshift, Snowflake data warehouse, SharePoint, Salesforce, this, that. So many data sources you have, correct? SAP HANA, right? There are so many data sources you have. In all these sources, you have the data. But the point is, how the data came in those data sources. So this data is all your business data, right? So from some system, sometimes data is generated from your operational systems. Operational systems are like your ERP system, ERP tool, right? Your CRM systems, your mobile apps, your custom websites, internal tools, right? Your Salesforce or your some other applications, Jira, or too many tools, right? From all these sources, we are generating this data. And another thing is data is generated from the social media as well, from the sensors, from, if you see around you, everywhere, every device is generating the data. Your phone, your smartwatches, your laptop is also generating the data, logs files, right? Everything, right? You are getting a lot of data everywhere. So all this data we need to evaluate, to extract the patterns, to understand what is the trend, what are the trends hidden in the data, so that using those trends we can find out some useful information. So data is becoming nowadays something like, it's something like, I was just going through to some blog, and I found a meme there, and it was like that data is now becoming something like a very big, I would say, a rock, right? Or I would say a very big, I would say some storage of some of the stuff. Like generally, if you have ever seen, if I don't know if you are from around Delhi NCR, so Delhi NCR, you would have seen a big garbage storage that's very big, like a valley, right? Like a mountain, right? So you can see there. So means too much information. There is a lot of wastage, a lot of useful, right? And a lot of information in companies' data sources, a lot of useful, a lot of useless as well, a lot of wastage as well. And everybody is just searching in that wastage. What is in that? I would say in that stuff, in that data, what is useful? Where are the bitcoins are hidden? Everybody is trying to search that, correct? So I mean, that is the separate thing, whether we are able to find the bitcoin or the money in that data or no. But in order to find that, we need some mechanism. We need some terminologies, right? So basically, what we are doing here with the help of these BI tools, this is what we are doing, right? We are trying to find the trends. We are trying to find the outliers, right? Correlations exploratory data analysis we are doing on our data, so that we can extract the information. That's it. Correct? That's the basically whole thing. So the journey start with data source, and there are so many data sources you have in Power BI, and that's the one place to see all the data sources. Just click on this data source button, get data button, or you can click on get data, and here you can see common data sources, right? These are the commonly used data sources. But if you want to see the complete list of data sources, either you can click on the more button, or you can just click on this icon, right? If I click on the more button, it will give me a pretty long list of all the data sources. Now it is, here you go, right? You can see all these data sources you have from where you can extract the data in Power BI. So it means everything is added here almost.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Correct? Too much. But the most commonly used data sources are, I think, generally Excel, SQL, CSV, and sometimes SharePoint and Access database, right? So which all the data sources you guys are using or you will be using in your company, in your projects? SAP, Excel, SQL, right? These are the commonly used data sources generally in the companies, right? So now the point is, how do we connect? How do we Azure SQL as well, correct? So you see all these data sources are available. So let's start with Excel first, right? So I select the Excel and click on connect. Now I need to find out where is my Excel file, means which Excel file I want to use to get the data. So let's say in my data set, I already have the access of Excel. So the process says, first of all, you should have a good understanding of the data and your business process, correct? You should have the understanding of the data and the business process. So for example, if I join a company and my company is JLL, right? Just example I'm taking. So my company name is JLL. I don't know what my company do. I don't know what they are doing. I don't know their data. I see people are talking about some terms, but I'm completely unaware. I don't know those terminologies. I don't know what they are doing, how the data is flowing, what are their terms. They are talking about funnel, upside. They are talking about opportunities, leads. I don't know what are these terms. So if we don't know the business, we cannot do the business intelligence. As simple as that. Correct? So business knowledge and data knowledge is prerequisite, is mandatory if you want to work. Right? I'm not saying you should be the champ in the business knowledge in your company business or in your company data, but you should have at least a one level set so that you can understand what we have and what we want to do. Correct? So for example, I have my company data that I have a sample data here, global superstore. So we have this sales data of the superstore. In this data, we have the transactional data, like when the sales order was created, who was the customer who created that order. In that order, customer ordered which particular product, what was the product order quantity, what was the sales, what was the cost, what was the other factors, right? So all type of data we have in it. And that information I acquire maybe from my team, maybe from my client or someone. Correct? This is a very well-known sample data, easily available on internet as well. Correct? So all the sales order related data I'm keeping in it. Another sheet I have where you see returns data, means there are some orders as well which are returned. So this sheet maintains all the returned order data. I have a people table as well, people sheet, where I'm maintaining a region. This is my region, and for each region, I have a responsible person, right? Or let me just shift it. I shift this data from here and I make it first column. Let's say I have this as my, I'm just making some changes in the data so that you don't get any confusion. Okay, so here you can see I'm having some regions. For each region, I have one responsible person, right? Or you can say, like, for this region, this is the manager, right? For this region, this is the manager. For each region, we have the managers, correct? This type of data we are maintaining here, and I got the understanding of the data and the business as well. Perfect. Now let's go ahead. I want to use this data for doing some analysis, for creating some visuals, for creating some reports. So this data I want in Power BI, correct? So as I said, you can go to get data in Excel, or you can just click on Excel directly, or you can click on this button as well. Means one option you can access from multiple places. So I access the Excel from here, and now I need to choose my Excel file. Where is that Excel file? So that Excel file is placed here. I select Excel, click open. This Excel file may be placed on a shared drive, on a network drive, on a OneDrive as well. Similarly, you will go to that and just fetch the data, fetch the Excel file. Once Power BI connects to your Excel file, you see this navigator window. Whenever Power BI connect to your data source, and if the data source connection got successful, you will see this navigator window always. This navigator window is a sign that your connection is successful now with the data source. Another thing is, and you can quickly, the question would be coming to your mind now. In Excel, we were having the 3 tables, 3 sheets, but why we see 6 sheets here? Correct? In Excel, we saw there were 3 sheets only: order, people, returns. But why we see 6 objects, 6 things? The reason behind it is, in Excel, we have a feature that we can create an Excel sheet as an Excel table also, correct? So don't get the surprises if you get the data sometimes like this, right? So ideally in Excel, these are your sheets. But now if you are thinking how these things are coming here, what is this? Is there any magic? No. In Excel, maybe your business users converted this particular sheet in an Excel table. That's it, okay? Right? So it's an Excel feature. There is no magic from the Power BI side on it. In Excel, one Excel sheet was created like a Excel table also. So that's the Excel feature basically. I'm just keeping it here because sometimes when you work in your projects in practical scenarios, you may get these type of scenarios. So don't surprise. This is because maybe in Excel, somebody or your users are maintaining the data in Excel tables also. But you are concerned about the sheets. So you just need to select a sheet. When I select a sheet, you can see the preview of this data. It's just a preview. Even you can see here, the data is in the preview and has a truncated data due to size limit. Correct? So it's just a couple of records are displayed to you so that you can have an idea what type of data is in this table. Now you can similarly see the other tables if you want. Now you want the orders table, right? Sometimes we select a table, orders table is selected, and you see load and transform data are not enabled. Why? Why the load and transform data is enabled, guys? Why these are disabled? Why I see the grayed out? Although I am selecting the orders table. Why? Because sometimes people say, I'm selecting, but it is still grayed out. It's not selected. Selection means you need to click on checkbox. Now it is selected. Okay. So now you see these options are enabled to you. You can click on these. So you can select multiple tables, multiple sheets, or 1 or 2. That depends on your need of the data. Currently, I'm selecting only 2 sheets here, orders and people. Correct? I select these 2 sheets for now. So for now, here you see 2 options, load and transform data. Load and transform data. What is it? What do you understand from the load and transform data? Simple thing, very simple. If you know it, it's good. And if you don't know it, I'm just giving you a very basic example for it. Let's say you are coming from outside, right? Very common example nowadays in this COVID-19 time. So you are coming from the market or from outside. When you come to at your home or your house, then on the gate, let's say you are coming from somewhere. When you come to your gate, you have 2 options now. Either you can directly insert to home, directly take entry to your home, or you can first on the gate, you can do some sanitization, right? You can do some sanitization. Sanitization means you are just transforming, means you are doing sanitizing, you are removing your shoes and all, and just making sure you don't take any unnecessary or any virus in your house. Correct? So what it is? Load means if you are sure everything is fine, okay, then directly load this data in Power BI. If you don't know, or if you are not sure, or for safe side, you want to sanitize your data, means you want to clean your data. Let's first clean it, shine it, massage it, and then take it in the Power BI. All right, then load it. So then you click on this load button, or you click on the transform data button. Correct. As a best practice, you should always click on the transform data. Correct. So when you click on this transform data button, what happens? When you click on this transform data button, basically it will take your data into the another window, and that another window is nothing but Power Query Editor. Correct. So I selected these two tables, and when I click on transform data, it opens the another window here. There you go, right? And this window is Power Query Editor. You can see the name of the window here, right? If I just minimize this window, here you can see. So this window is another window within Power BI Desktop. So this was my Power BI Desktop, and you can see Power Query Editor and Power BI Desktop, two windows are open. So Power Query Editor is, I would say, a internal tool of Power BI Desktop, right? And if you already have worked on Excel Power Query, then this window is exactly the same, right? There are a lot of similarities between Excel and Power BI, right? I would say Power BI and Excel, almost 60% is same, right? Almost 60% is Excel in Power BI. Whatever you are doing, the screen, interface, buttons, everything is available in Excel also, correct? Now, what is the benefit of this Power Query Editor? That we'll be discussing later. But in this window, you do all your data transformation. And what this data transformation means? Data transformation means you are removing the columns, you are adding the columns, you are splitting your data, changing the data type, renaming the columns, renaming the tables, filtering the data, cleaning the space, splitting the numbers, right? And removing the null values, right? What all it is? This is data massaging. You can call it data blending, data preparation, data transformation. So whatever the word you like, you can use, right? But in general, we use data transformation, right? So this is all the data transformation we do within this window, right? All that ETL stuff also, you can say extract, transform, load, all that ETL stuff we do within this window. And once you say, okay, everything has been done, then you load this data inside your home, and that is Power BI Desktop. So here we do all the sanitization on the gate. And once I say all the sanitization is done, all transformation is done, then you just click on this close and apply button. And now your data finally start loading in the Power BI Desktop. So far, your data was only on the gate, and that gate was RAM. When your data is in the Power Query Editor, your data is stay for temporary in your RAM. Okay. Once you load the data from Power Query Editor to here, then your RAM will be cleaned automatically, and your data will physically load here in the Power BI Desktop. So now Power BI is keeping a copy of your Excel data. Whatever the data you were having in Excel, now Power BI loaded a copy of the data, and now within the Power BI Desktop, you have the copy of data for these two tables. If you want to see the data of these two tables, you want to see the data, just click on the data tab here. Here you go, right? You can see the data of these tables. Got it? But if you notice here, there are some problems. My column names are not properly defined here. So it means all this is data transformation needed, and that data transformation is our next module. Today, we are learning the data extraction. How do we load the data? How do we extract the data? Correct? So this is what we extracted the data from Excel. And now if we have the data in Power BI, we can do a lot of things on top of it. Correct? Now, next we are going to extract the data from, I would say, from a PDF file. So I have a PDF file available in my data set. This is the sample PDF file. And here you can see we are keeping some data in this PDF file. And I want to load the data from the PDF file. So which data on this PDF file, guys, just a quick question for you. Which data from this PDF file you want to use for a reporting purpose or for analysis purpose? What data you need? What you would like to get it? Exactly. The table or whatever this tabular data you see. Only this data can be utilized for some analysis or for some information, because this is like this. These sentences or this paragraph you see, this cannot be used for analysis or for any data preparation, because this is not your data. This is the information. We need the data to generate the information. So we need this data, correct? So let's see how we can bring the tabular data. Now from PDF files, we can extract the tabular data only, right? We cannot extract this thing, and there is no sense of extracting the other sentences as well. So let's see how do we extract it. I go to Power BI desktop, get data. Now we all are familiar with this get data, right? What it is. Whenever you need the data in Power BI, you go here, and I want PDF. Now here I'm not able to find where is PDF. I don't know where is the PDF. I don't know. So in case if you are not able to find that, so you have a quick search option. Okay, let me search that. Here you go, PDF, and click on connect. All right, so here you can select your PDF file. Let's go to your dataset folder, and this time I make sure I go to the right place. Yeah, PDF one. I select this one, PDF sample one, and click on open. Now Power BI is creating a connection with a PDF file, and once the connection is successful, you see this navigator window. And now Power BI is reading the data from the PDF file. Okay, here you go. It extracted as much as possible it can do. Now we need to see what information we need. Do we need this? No. Do we need this? No. Do we need this? Yes. This is what I was looking for. Exactly the same thing. Let's select this table. This table? No. This text message? No. And this text? No. Let's use only this table, and let's click on transform data. As a best practice, we always click on transform data. Load is for such times when you are 100% sure your data is clean, your data is fully prepared, there's no transformation, nothing is required. Then you click on it, which is very rare. Like you will have 100% surety on the data quality or on the data, I would say data structure. So generally, we always click on this transform data. And when you come to this window, you see your table name is not good one. So let's change the table name, double click and say driver information, driver data. Okay, this is my driver data. You can see your data is looking here, which looks nice. And now let's load this data to Power BI desktop, because unless you click on it, your driver data is not going to visualize here as another table, right? So you need to click on this close and apply. Now your data will start loading to Power BI desktop. Okay, so data has been loaded here, driver data selected, which is coming from the PDF file. So one thing is clear, means we can bring the data from multiple data sources in one report, right? So we are creating this one report. In one report, you can bring the data from different sources, which is very natural thing. Okay. Similarly, you can bring data from other sources. I'll be showing you that too. All right, now let's continue. So now I'm going to get some data from a different source. This time I'm going to get data using a SQL database, right? SQL server. So let me start the SQL server. If you have this installed in your machine, that's great. I'm just starting my SQL server so that I can show you how we interact with the databases with SQL, how we write SQL query, and how we can pull the data in Power BI using a SQL query. Yeah, we can connect from SQL server, remote server as well. Doesn't matter. Obviously, in practical scenarios, SQL server will not be installed in our local machine. In projects and practical scenarios, SQL will be installed on a different server, so we can easily connect with that. Okay, but for learning purpose, for practice purpose, we don't have different servers, so we need to do everything, all the setup in our machine. Is this like MS SQL Workbench? Yes, this is like to work with that MS SQL, you need that Workbench UI, that is SQL Server Studio, right? Or SQL Server Management Studio is UI to interact with a Microsoft SQL Server database. I'm connecting to my database using my credentials. Here, if you see, I have connected to the SQL Server now. Under the databases, I can see all of my databases. This is SQL Server. It's not a part of this course. I'm just explaining it to you because it requires in your assignment. And for sometimes when you work on your projects, you would require to get the data from the database, right? So this is my database, which is a sample database. This sample database is easily available on internet, on Microsoft website. So if you say you need that data set, so you can just mention here AdventureWorks, just Google AdventureWorks database download. you get Microsoft link here. When you reach out to this Microsoft website, here you see all these are the download backup files, right? These are the downloads of this sample database. This is a OLTP database. This is data warehouse backup file. This is a lightweight backup file. So make sure you download the correct one as per your assignments, right? So I also downloaded the backup files from here. And depending on the version of SQL Server you are using, if you are using the latest SQL Server, then you need to download any of the latest backup file. If you are using SQL Server 14, then you need to download this from here, anyone which you need. Got it? All right. So this is that. Now let me come back to SQL. So in my machine, SQL Server AdventureWorks 2017 is installed. So I go to this AdventureWorks 2017 DW. This is a DW file. I expand the tables. Here I can see all the tables of this database. All these are sample tables. Now let's say you want to see the data of any specific table. You want to see customers, dim customers table data. You can right click on it and you can select customers, top 100 rows, right? Select this one. It will give you the top 100 records of this table, right? You can see top 1000 records of this table. So this query is automatically generated by SQL Server. Let's say if you don't want to generate it, let me close it. You can write a query from here also, create a new query, and you can start writing this select star from customers table. So you just write your customers table here. That comes automatically. So you are selecting star means all columns from the table name, right? And now just select it and click on execute. It gives you all the customer data from this table. Let's say if you need only the first name, last name only, and customer email address, you can just mention the column name. This is your first name, comma, last name, right? And let's say you need customer ID, customer key also, and if you need email address, right? Similarly, you can add all the columns which you need. That depends on your requirement. And you again execute it. Here you see the data of only the selected columns. Correct? Now it's all SQL. If you want, you can learn. There are a lot of resources available. So I want to get the data of this query. Means this query is generating this data. I want to use this query to get the data in SQL and Power BI. So I can copy this query. Now I come to Power BI. I click on Get Data. Here I see SQL Server is available in Common Data Sources list. Click on it. You need to provide your server name. So in my case, my SQL Server is installed on my local machine. So when you use the SQL on a local machine, you can write localhost. But in your practical scenarios, if your SQL is installed on a different server, on a remote server, then you can enter the email, the server name or the IP address of that server. And you need to provide the database name. Although the database name is optional, but it is recommended to provide, right? And where is the database name? Here you see this is your database name, right? So I write my database name here. If you want, you can copy paste as well. AdventureWorks TW 2017. This is the database name. Here you have a connectivity mode, right? For now, I'm selecting import, correct? But if you have a question, what is direct query, when to select what, that is, say, in separate session, we'll be having this discussion, okay? Because that is a different direction topic right now, and it's not the right time to go in that direction. So going forward in our coming session, it's already planned what it is. Then you go to this advanced option tab. Here you have an option to write your SQL statement. So we have already written and tested the SQL query here, which we confirm like, yes, this query is giving me the data what I want. I just paste that query here, correct? And now I just click on OK. Once the connection is successful, you see this data here. It's a navigator window, but this time you don't see the button name, window name, but this is navigator window. You can see same options, load or transform data, and using that query, this type of data will be loaded, correct? So if we go one step back, I see Internet navigator screen. How can we test the connection with SQL? Navigator screen. That's fine. This is navigator. This is navigator screen. Correct answer, Somik Mitra. Credential. Correct. So let's go one step back. Cancel this window. Point is, when I was connecting to the SQL server, why I was not able to enter the credentials and all? Because in Power BI desktop, connection details are already saved. Correct? Connection details are already saved in the Power BI desktop. No, that's not because it's local machine. Even on local machine also it will ask. Because I made a connection with this server, and at that time I entered the connection details, right? My user ID, password, and Power BI has saved that information. Where is that information? Go to File, Option Setting, and Data Source Setting. Any information related to the data source, just go to this particular space, Data Source Settings. In Power BI, we have currently, you see, data sources in current file. In current file, we have the data from these two files, Excel and PDF, which is coming here. So it means then, where is the SQL connection stored? That is stored in the Global Permissions tab. Click on it. Here you see all these data sources details, all these data sources credentials are already installed in my Power BI desktop. Because this is a default behavior. When you connect to any source, Power BI saves the information so that next time it doesn't give you the same window and consume or waste a lot of time. Correct? Because data extraction is very frequent thing. Very frequently you extract the data. So it can save the details. If you want to remove it, or if you want to change the permissions, you can edit permission or you can remove permission. So I remove all the data sources from here. I click on this and I clear all permission. I remove all the saved credentials. All are removed. Perfect. Now let's close. And now let's try the same exercise. Get data, SQL server. Enter the server name. This is my local host is my server, and adventure. This is my database name. And here I write my SQL query, which I paste here and click on OK. Now I got that credentials window, right? So here in this case, if you have database credentials, then you can enter your database credentials, or if your database credentials are same as your Windows credentials, then you can use this tab, use my current credentials, correct? But I have my database credentials, so I enter my database user ID password. It depends like how you configure your SQL server. Now I click on connect. It gives me a warning message, just information like your information will be saved in an encryption mode. Means when Power BI is saving it, nobody will be able to copy the password from here. Right? Password is saved, but it is in encrypted mode. And now you get this navigator window. Correct? So that stuff was missing. We got how to get the connection details, how we can clean, how we can edit. Now we can click on transform data as usual. And from here in the Power BI editor window, I can prepare, clean, transform, whatever we want. We change the table name, double click and make it, this is my customer. Perfect. Right now, I want to load this data in Power BI desktop. Here I see one quick transformation, like I have first name, last name in different column. If I want to merge together, if I want to merge these two columns, I can quickly do that. How? Just select your first name, last name, right click and merge columns. What is the separator you want to define? So I want a space in between first name, last name, and my merge column name would be him. Click OK. That's it. Here you go. No need to write any code, nothing. It's all just a click, or just need to do a couple of clicks, and that's it. Very user friendly, very easy, very quick. You can do any kind of transformations. Okay, you got your customer name ready. Now let's close and apply, and your data will get loaded to Power BI desktop. Now I'm going to get the data from, let's say, from any website. For example, you want to extract the data from, let's say you need some world population data. You are doing some analysis or something, and for that you want to extract the data from any website, any web page. So I'm taking an example here. Let's say I need world population, or I just need top 10 populous countries. I want top 10 countries population information. So let's see, where is that? First, I need to see if I say world population. So you can go here, world population. On Wikipedia website, I can find the source. And here I see population by continent.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customer says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
All this is just information. This is not a data, so I cannot read it in Power BI. Scroll it down. I see is there any? I see this 10 most populous countries, and this is what I need. Country rank, country names, population count, percentage of world, and date, result dates, and sources as well. So this is perfect. I mean, this is what I want. Okay, so now I just copy this URL. Now I go to Power BI, get data, web. Whenever you want to import the data from any web page, from any website, use this one. And obviously you should have the access of that website. Sometimes if it's not like you can extract some data from Indian government website, from US government website, from FBI websites. No, it's not like on any website you can go and you can fetch it. It's not like that. It's not like you can go to Amazon website and fetch all the product details. No, those websites are having very tight security layers, right? So if you have the authorized access of such websites, then only you can extract the data. Otherwise, you can access the data from a lot of open source or publicly available websites. So I just enter this URL here and click OK. It is asking for the credentials. As it's a public website, anonymously anyone can connect to it. But if you want to connect to Windows, or if you have, let's say, any authorized or any other website, you will have multiple options to connect. You will have a web API, a website URL, password, or organizational account. That depends on your requirement. For now, we select anonymous. So anonymously, I'm connecting to this website to fetch the data. So it is connecting to the data source.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
All right, so Power BI has extracted a lot of information from that web page. Now let's find out the information which I need. Although you can see the title here clearly, but you can cross-check one by one selecting the table. But I'm interested for this particular data. I select this one, and again, transform data, and then load it to Power BI desktop. But now we have understood the purpose of this. This time I directly load it. I'm directly loading it. But process says you should first load it in Power BI editor, make sure everything is clean, everything is as per your expectation, then load it. Right? So data has been loaded here. So this is like how we collect the data from the data sources. You may collect data from multiple data sources in one report. Correct? So let's say this is the all data which I have collected here, and now I want to save this report. Right? To save this report, you go here to File and Save, or you can click on the Save icon. Now I just define the name, but let me find out a folder where I want to save it. So let me create a new folder here for your batch. Yesterday, which was 17 July. Here I save it. Here I will define the report name, and when you go to save this report, then this report will be saved as like a Power BI file. and that Power BI file extension is .pbix, right? .pbix. Whenever you save any Excel file, that will be saved as .xlsx. When you save text file, that is saved as .txt. So Power BI file will be saved as .pbix file. And these .pbix files you can open only in Power BI desktop. So I define a data file report name here. Let's say I call out a demo data extraction. This is my report name, right? But in practical scenarios, you will be defining the proper names like sales analysis, forecasting, comparison, something like that. I define this name here for this report and I click on save. Now, when this is saved, let's go to the folder where I saved it. And your batch date here is, I will say the folder somewhere here. There it is, right? So here the data, the file has been saved. And if you see, this PBX file has been saved and the size of this PBX file is 3.9 MB, which means all data is stored within this PBX file. Someone was asking the question where the data is stored in Power BI. So within the PBX file, data is stored. Like if I ask where the data is stored in the Excel file, so Excel files store the data. So within this Excel, almost 8.5 MB data is stored, right? So Excel has its own internal data storage model. Similarly, Power BI also has data storage model. Means this 3.9 MB data is stored within this PBX file, correct? So whatever you do in Power BI, like transformation, data, mapping, relationships, DAX, visuals, everything will be stored in this PBX file, correct? Now, this PBX file, you can open only in Power BI desktop. So for example, if I close the Power BI desktop now, let's say today I completed my work and that's it. Now I want to log off and I want to start tomorrow. So when I start working tomorrow or next time on this file, so I just double click on this file or I can open it. This will automatically open in Power BI desktop if Power BI desktop is installed in your machine, right? Because sometimes I have seen some people just send this file to some other people through email or through Teams, and they try to open it and that doesn't open because Power BI desktop is not installed. Correct? So Power BI desktop should be installed if you want to open any PBIX files. And this one PBIX file means one report. One PBIX file means one report. If I right click on it and I show the properties of this, you can see this is a Microsoft Power BI desktop document, right? And the file extension is .pbix. A very basic, right? What is the file extension of Power BI desktop files? Correct? So very basic interview question. People will expect that you should know it. Fine. So now when I open that report, it opens here in the Power BI desktop and I can start working on it further. Okay. So this is like how we manage, how we extract data, how we work, how we transform. And once, let's say this data has been transformed, then you do a lot of things on it. After currently you just loaded the data in Power BI. But in between the data visualization and the data, there is a lot of multiple other stages we have, right? If you remember slide, stages of business intelligence, collection. So this is what we did right now. We just collected the data. Now we'll do the transformation. Then we'll do the data modeling. Then we'll do the visualization. And then we will say, yeah, now a report is created. So just wanted to show you how a report looks like. I mean, how visuals you do. That's very easy, very quick. So let's say I add a donut chart. You have a couple of visuals. In this donut chart, I want to display top 10 most populous countries ratio. From the table, I select the country, drag and drop. I select the population count, drag and drop. There you go. Rest Power BI do everything. It automatically plot all the information here on the visual. Further, if you want to customize it, increase, decrease, size, change, you can change the details. I just want to show the percentage only. Change the color in black. Size I want to increase. These are like a couple of quick things you can do from here. There are a lot of things we have, although population by country. I say the font color is white and background color is this blue dark. Alignment is center. Font size is big. Font family is some stylish. Let's say this one. Population by country. Your visual is quickly ready. If you want to give a 3D look to this, 3D look, just go here. There are a couple of properties. You can turn on the border, turn on the shadow, change the border color, and just give a round shape, round edges to your visual. And in your border, you can just, in your shadow, you can just change the shadow color and make it this. And now this donut chart looks like a 3D, right? There you go. Quickly, you can set its shadow and its borders. So this is like how easy and how quick to create the visuals in Power BI. This is the one visual you created. Similarly, you can create multiple visuals in Power BI. And that's very quick, very fast. You have all the visuals, you have all the fields, just drag and drop. That's it. But wait. It's not all the drag and drop, right? Couple of things are just drag and drop, but there is a lot which is not drag and drop, right? And when you do the drag and drop, there are some things which you need to take care during the drag drop. Otherwise, sometimes you may stuck in a problem as well. Correct. So we'll come back to those things, those visualizations and all. This is just a quick thing to show you because in your assignments, you may have some quick questions to work on, like add this visual, that visual. So this one you can remember how to be add. So now let's explore another data extraction part. Sometimes you may have the requirement when you want to extract the data from some web services, from any API. API is just like an online link, right? So a couple of scenarios based on my experience, like let's say, so Jira is a tool, right? Generally, most of the organizations use that tool to manage their work, to deliver the contents, to deliver the projects, or deliver the incidents, work on the incidents continuously. So let's say if you want all the Jira, means all your tickets, incidents, open tickets, log tickets, information. So there is no database behind the Jira. If you want all that Jira in Power BI data, in Power BI, if you want that Jira data in Power BI, then we need API, application programming interface, API like a web service from the Jira, so that API link we can use in Power BI to get the data, and in Power BI we can build a dashboard of my incidents and problem statements or something like that. Correct? So these are the couple of use cases I shared with you. Now, exactly, it's a sprint planning or like multiple people use it for different tools. So now how to get that, how to use that information in Power BI. Go to get data, there you see OData feed. This OData means it's a web service. OData is a type of a web service, okay? Or you can say API. So if you have any API, any web service in future, then you may use this data source. It looks like a web connector, but it's not like web. It's a different than web, right? It asks for a URL. Which URL? Obviously not a website URL. It needs a website. It needs a web service URL or a API URL. So let's say I have a sample of URL. You can see here Northwind sample database. So this is a sample database, is available publicly on internet, right? So this is a web service. I copy this one, right? And I use it in Power BI desktop. It looks like a website, correct? Because generally we see HTTPS or something. It looks like a website, but it's not a website. If I just paste this here in the browser and enter it, it gives you the data in a XML format. So it's not a website. Sometimes we say this is a website, but it's not a website. It's a web service. So in form of web service, we will be getting the data. When I click on OK, it gives me the credentials window. As I said, it's a public, it's a open source database available on internet. Easily you can connect to it. So I'm selecting anonymous here, but in your practical scenarios, you will be having some option to connect, because you will be having I would say a restricted or authorized URL on which you need to enter your credentials, and then only you will be able to connect. Okay, but for learning, for demonstration purpose, you can use this one. So I connect to it. Once it is connected, then what we see? Navigator. Navigator means it's all connected properly. Now from this table, I need the orders data, order details data, and I need the products data. I select all these and then I click on transform data as usual. I click load. Okay. So this is the way how you can connect to the sometimes to APIs or to web services as well. Correct? Although this is very rare, you may not connect, but maybe in your other organization or in your interview also people can ask such questions like you don't have any data source available in Power BI for some reason we cannot give you the access of a database, then what is the alternate? So you can say, okay, then give me the web service or API link, through that I can get the data in Power BI. Correct? Word data we cannot use. Power BI cannot connect to Microsoft Word. Could we connect with API? How we connect? This is like how we did. This was the API, right? If you have any API link, use that link and put it into the OData feed, and that's it. You will get a list of the data. Correct? So now the data has been loaded here in my table. Here you can see order details, orders, and product. The data has been loaded here. And I can utilize it to create some analysis, relationships, calculations, visualizations on top of it. Correct? So this is the way how we connect to the data from any OData feed. So we have seen multiple data sources like Excel, PDF, SQL, web, OData, right? So similarly, whatever the data source you have, you go to this particular source, get data, and you find out your data source and you just provide the connection details. Let's say you want to connect to the SAP HANA database, SAP. Although I don't have the SAP database because SAP is a paid tool and I cannot afford that tool for the demonstration purpose only. So I can show you how you connect with that. So you can just search your source here. This is your SAP HANA database. You select to it, click on connect. It gives you, it is processing. It gives you this window here. You can enter your SAP server name, right? And you can enter your port number and you can connect to this SAP database. But before that, you may need to enter a SAP plugin in Power BI, right? In some cases, you may need to enter some plugins in your machine, right? So that's the easy way. Like, I mean, if you want to connect to any source, for example, you want to connect with, I would say with Oracle database. So you go to your source. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. SAP is a very heavy tool. So, and that's not even like for an individual person. That's a ERP, so everybody cannot use it. So now here I go and I want to get the data from, let's say, from Oracle database, connect to it. It says you need to install the Oracle database client first, right? It's just a plugin. You can go to Oracle website and install it. Means if you work in Oracle, then you would know about this functionality already. Now, when you, and quick question you see, I see here from Suresh, how to install plugin. So it gives you the information. It is asking for a plugin, right? Now here you see learn more, click on it. It navigates you to the website. You can just read a couple of things here and you can see to download that Oracle client software, you just click on it for 32-bit and 64-bit. Click on it. It takes you to the Oracle website. Now from the Oracle website, you can install it. Here you see these clients are available. Just download and install it in your machine. Simple. Okay. So wherever it will ask for a connector or for a plugin, the information will be given to you here like this. Correct, and further you can derive it. But this is very rare. Like for few sources only it requires. And then you can provide your Oracle server name. You can enter Oracle SQL query here and click OK. Next screen, you will enter your database credentials, user ID, password, and that's it. If you say you want to connect, want to get the data from Salesforce. All right. So sometimes you may require to get the data from the Salesforce as well. So you can again go to the same source like get data, and from that get data go to more. From the more, you can again select your Salesforce there. And obviously you should have the Salesforce access. So when you search Salesforce here, Salesforce object or Salesforce reports you can use to connect. When I select Salesforce object, here you need to provide your Salesforce production, right? And Salesforce custom URL. Let's say if you want to connect to Salesforce production, click OK. and on next screen, you need to provide your Salesforce credentials. Correct? So I don't have the Salesforce credential, but in your case, if you have, you can sign in here with your Salesforce credentials, and that's it. You will get the navigator window to get the data from the Salesforce. Correct? So I mean, this is just like a, I would say this is just like a way to connect to the source. Now we have 100 plus data source, so we are not going to see 100 plus, but just whatever the source you need, just go there, try, and if you are not able to get it, let me know. Correct? But this is a way how to get the data. Like you said, Praveen, OneDrive. So OneDrive means OneDrive is just a, I would say just a storage. But on that storage, there should be something on OneDrive. Means is Excel on the OneDrive? So you can definitely go just for OneDrive means that that is an Excel basically, right? OneDrive is not a source. Source is Excel because data is not stored in the OneDrive. Data is stored in Excel. That's the other thing, that Excel is on your OneDrive, correct? So if you see here, OneDrive is something like, if I say, what is the source for me? Is the source Excel file, or is the source is my C drive, my hard disk? Obviously the data source for the data is this Excel file, correct? So in your OneDrive, you have an Excel. For you, source is Excel still, right? You can just go to the Excel, get the OneDrive Excel path, and when you go here to connect with Excel, just put the Excel file path here, and that's it. Okay, and Excel, your OneDrive will be visible here as well. Generally, that OneDrive visible here, like you see OneDrive is visible here. Do you see it? OneDrive, right? So OneDrive will be visible here. If OneDrive, my Excel file is placed, let's say in this particular folder or wherever, you can go there and select your Excel file quickly. Got it? Okay, all right. So now there are multiple sources. On each and every source we are not going to discuss. So wherever you have the data, wherever you think, like, is it possible to get the data from Google Drive, from Google Sheet, from this sheet, from that database, just go to data source, go to get data, and explore the product further. Okay. Now we are going to talk on another special scenario where the situation is something like, I don't want to get the data from one Excel file. Situation is like, I'm working for a sales requirement, sales team requirement, and they said like they share the data in an Excel file. Every day they send an Excel file to me, and that Excel file I want to use in Power BI to create some reports. Or maybe let's say there is a folder. In that folder you get a new file of your monthly sales data, right? Every month you get a new file. Maybe that file is auto generated by any other tool, or maybe you are copying pasting a file in that folder. So you want to create a report using all the files which you have in that folder. Okay, and you want to make a solution like, if new file comes to that folder, then Power BI should pick up that file automatically. Because every month we are not going to do this manual thing, like we go to Power BI and we get the file of the next month file, or every month we go and pick the monthly file, right? That's not the right process to do. So what we'll do in that case, when you want to, let me show you the data source first. So my situation is something like that. Here I have a monthly sales data folder. In this monthly sales data folder, my business users are getting the sales file or the data file every month like this. Right? File names may be different or maybe same, that doesn't matter. Obviously file name will be different, otherwise it won't allow you to keep two files with the same name. Correct? So whatever the file name is, doesn't matter, but whatever the file comes in this folder, I want to use that for creating reports. So here you see all these files I need in Power BI to create a report. So what I do, let me close this PBX file and I open another PBX file for this example. Start new Power BI desktop. All right. So meanwhile, Power BI desktop is starting. I want to use all these files, but I want to make sure that if new file comes in this folder next month, then Power BI should pick that file automatically, right? It shouldn't be like manually I'm coming here in this folder or in Power BI I'm getting the next one file manually. No, it should be automatic solution. So let's see how we achieve this thing. Very first thing is all these Excel files are having the similar structure of the data. Data is different, but structure means the name of the columns or I would say the data type of the column is same. Sequence may be changed, that doesn't matter. But the data structure is same, right? So if you have the case like this, then in Power BI desktop, you can go to get data. And this time your source is what? Excel? No, this time my source is folder. Because in that folder, whatever the files I have, I want to pick all the files. So rather than selecting Excel file as a source, I will select a folder this time. Because selecting Excel is not a good solution. Otherwise, you will be selecting one by one all the files. So I select a folder this time, right? And you click on connect. You need to provide the folder path, or you can click on browse to access the folder path. So I just copy this folder path, right? Inside, come inside to that folder where you have the files, and then copy the path. Then you paste that path here, and you click on OK. Now Power BI will start looking in this folder and will find how many files you have here. Here you go. You see, Power BI has detected like you have all these files. File names is this. All are the Excel files, right? And other information like when the data file was placed, when the data was updated, what is the file folder path, all that information is here. But when the data you see here, now this data, all these files, all these 7-8 files data, you want to consolidate in one table. Right? Means let's say you are getting the data every month, so all months data should be loaded in Power BI, but instead of displaying 7-8 tables, it should display only one table, and within that table, all 7-8 months data should be visible there. So you want to combine your data, correct? So you come here to combine section. This time you see the fourth option. You come to the combine option and click on combine and transform. Right? I click on combine and transform. Now Power BI asks you to select a common sheet in all the tables. There should be a common sheet in all tables, right? Or in all your Excel files. So all Excel files are having a sheet, and the sheet name is sheet 1. It should be the same, right? When you select it, it gives you the data. That data looks like this. Then you click OK. Now Power BI process your data, create a lot of temporary tables, things in Power BI query editor. And once all the processing is completed, then you will see your data in Power Query Editor in a one table. And that one table is your same as your folder name, that is monthly sales data. In this table now you have the data of all months Excel file. If you want to see that, just click on it and load more, and here you will see the data of all the files. You see all files data has been loaded here. Okay, but behind the scene Power BI creates some transformations. This is called an auto transformation, right? But we are not concerned about it. We can just close that folder. So within that folder, you see Power BI created a lot of things behind the scene, right? So this is your final table, which you will be using for your data. And whenever the new file will come to this folder, whenever new file comes to this folder, Power BI will pick the data automatically once you hit the refresh. Correct? So if you see here right now, you don't have the July 21 file, right? 2021 July. You don't have that file here, let's say. Correct? Let me just show you an example, just a dummy. I'll just copy this file and paste it here. I mean, I'm just creating a duplicate file. And I just paste that file here. Okay, and I copy it now. I mean, I rename it. I call this one, say, 2021 July. I mean, random name I'm just giving here so that I can clearly see. So there is one file I added. Now, if I go to Power Query Editor, I hit the refresh. In Power Query Editor, I have a refresh option. I refresh all data. Now it will bring the new file as well. So when I go here, I click on load more. I click on load more. should bring the 21 file data as well. You see here this one, 2021 July. It automatically get the data from there. So whenever new file will be there in that folder, it Power BI will automatically detect the data and will include the data in this table. Correct? So this is an example of folder data source. So I quickly explain it to you what it is. So what I did basically, I started with get data, right, in Power BI. From here I selected more, and then from more window I selected folder. In that folder I just provided the path of my Excel files, right, of my folder path. I just provided the path, and when I clicked OK, then I asked for combine and transform load, and I selected a sheet 1, right? And when you click OK, then Power BI automatically do a combination of the data and create all data in a separate table, right? That data is here. And then just to test this functionality, I just created a copy of an Excel file, existing Excel file, and just gave a name like 2021 July. And then I refreshed the data by clicking on refresh all here. It refreshed the data again, and whatever the file was, new file was available in that folder, it got that file in Power BI here. You can see 2021 July. Got it? So this is the way how it works. All right, guys, so let me load it. This is very common scenario most of the time when you want to extract the data like this.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment down your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so now let's continue. This is all about the data extraction, right? Now, I go to the query editor again by clicking on this transform data. And here we will get a quick overview of this query editor. So in this query editor, basically we have a lot of transformation options. You can right click on a column, you can right click on a table, everywhere too many options you have available. All these things we will be learning in our next session, but this Power Query Editor mainly used as a data transformation window, data transformation tool. All transformations you do from this window only. Correct? So that is the use of this Power Query Editor window. In Power Query Editor window, you have some key areas. Those key areas are like your queries, means all your tables you see here. For selected table, you can see the data here, right? You can see all the columns, all the tables available here. And whatever the operation you perform on your data, every operation will be captured here as a step. Means let's say you are renaming the column, you are removing a column, whatever you are doing, every step is added here. Because adding this step has some meaning, some purpose. We have multiple ribbons here. Under each ribbon, we have a bunch of options which we apply on top of our data. Correct? And there is a script you see. This is like a formula bar. This script is created automatically whenever you convert any transformation, whenever you perform any transformation on your data. Correct? So these are the, I would say each and every window is important on this Power Query Editor. Every section, every corner is important, right? We'll dig deep in this portal, in this Power Query Editor in detail in our next session. So now when we have started using this window, let's say Power Query Editor, there is an option Advanced Editor. So if I click on this Advanced Editor, you see there is some query or some script is written here. So the point is who written this script, right? So when you perform the transformations, when you perform some right clicks, you do some right clicks or these things in Power Query Editor, behind the scene, Power BI write this script, right? Behind the scene, everything is converted in a script in this code. So this code is automatically generated by Power BI when you were just doing some clicks and some transformations or something. So this script or this code you see here, this is called as mQuery. This is called as mQuery. mQuery is Microsoft's query language, right? This you find within the Power BI. And whatever you do in your Power Query editor, everything is generated behind the scene in this query. Although we don't work with this script, but definitely we will have the idea how it is working, how we can make the changes if needed, right? And why shouldn't we work with it? Why should not we change anything with it? Correct. So all these things will be working. But for us, we don't interact. So don't get that feeling like we need to write or we need to understand it. No, right? You don't need to understand it what it is written, but it is good to know what it is, how it is working, because sometimes maybe in your interview you can get some questions on it, or maybe in your I would say in your company, or maybe going forward in other projects or somewhere you may require this one. Although this is not a, I would say, something which you need on day-to-day basis. It's like once in a year you use it, or you come to this section. But this is useful in some cases, and those cases I'll be explaining you. Correct. So advanced query editor benefit is only to see the query. And let's say if you want to create a duplicate table, then you can copy paste this query and quickly create a new table using the blank query option you have in your get data. Correct. So this is that. If I close this window, okay. So now let me save this. Let me load this data first. So I think here we are all done on this stuff. There is one more thing, which is R script and Python script, right? So let's say you are working on R or Python, right? Or you already know R or Python. That depends. How you can connect Power BI with R or Python. So we have a data source as R or Python, means R or Python. These two are the programming language and widely used for statistical data analysis or for predictive data modeling, right? And open source, very much in demand. So you can just write a script here. You can see R script or Python script, right? You can run any script here to get the data from any source. So let's say when you select R script, for using R script or Python script, R or Python should be installed in your machine. But it's not a very common use case or very frequent thing like everybody every time use it. It's like once in a while, maybe 1 or 2% sometime may require it, otherwise no. So you can connect you, but for that R or Python should be installed in your machine. So let's say I select R, and now I get a space where I can just paste my R script. So let's say you have another tool to work on R. You have written some R script, you have some R code, and that R code is written to get the data from a SQL database. And after getting the data, some transformations or some machine learning algorithm is applied, or maybe some predictive modeling or some forecasting is applied on that, right? And now using that data, using that script, you want to load the data in Power BI. So what you will do, you will just copy the entire script which you have written for that stuff, copy that and paste it here. Once you paste and click OK, then what Power BI will do, Power BI will get the data inside the Power BI. That's it. Correct? So similar use you can do with Python as well. Correct? So going forward, I will show you a quick scenario on the R script, like how you can quickly use R script to bring some data here. But it's not a very common use case, so don't worry about it. So now let's jump on the overview of Power BI Desktop on the slides. So when we start with the Power BI overview, so generally we have three views, which are report view, data view, and model view. So what we are talking here basically in Power BI Desktop, you can see this is my report tab, report button, this is data button, and this is model button. Correct? So whenever we want to visualize the data, like we want to create some charts, some pie charts, some graphs, then we use this report tab. If you want to interact with the data, let's say you have loaded the data of this table and now you want to interact with this table data. So what you do, you just go to this data here, data tab, and here you will be able to see this data, table data. If you go to model tab, here you can see your multiple tables and you can set the relation joins between those multiple tables, correct? So that's the benefit of these three views or three tabs. This is what explained here, right? So report view, in report view, you create the visuals like this, and your data tab looks like this. Your model tab looks like this, where you have multiple tables. Your tables are linked with each other. Okay? All these things are in our on the way. Data sources, we know we have so many data sources, databases, SQL, IBM, data, CSV, Azure, Google, Salesforce, GitHub, too many data sources we have. We can connect to any Excel file. We have already connected to Excel file. Then we can refresh the Excel data as well. Like I did the refresh. I added Sandeep as a manager for India, and then we hit the refresh, and then that data got updated in Power BI Desktop. Now you can use the databases like I used SQL Server to get the data in Power BI, and these are the couple of steps written here. Now you can get the data from the Salesforce or from the SharePoint. If you are looking for this one right now, means this one Facebook is not available now, right? Last year Microsoft has removed this connector because there were some bugs, some issues. So for now it has been removed. Maybe in future it may be added again in Power BI Desktop. Correct. Other data sources like web, we understood Python, R script, OData feed, SharePoint is like just a any file is placed on your SharePoint. Like someone was asking about the OneDrive, correct? So all these type of data sources you can connect. There are so many sources you have. Just try with your source. Then Python, R script steps are available. What is Python? What is R? How do you go there? You can just read out all these lines. What is the Power Query Editor? What are the areas you have? Why do you use Power Query Editor? Power Query Editor is this, right? Here you do a lot of stuff like your transformation, loading, shaping, formatting, and merging the data. There are a couple of key areas of this window. Ribbon is nothing but two options you see on top. These are the ribbons. Now, next you see query pane. This is your queries, means all the tables, all the folders you see here. Data view, query pane. This is your data view, and this is your query pane where you see all the applied steps here. Correct? Step by step, these things are explained. Advanced editor, where you see this M script behind the scene, whatever you perform in your report, everything will be captured by Power BI in a M script, right? So here you can see that information from the advanced editor. And that's it. This is all about this data extraction module. So now let's come back to the topic. I have Power BI Desktop started here. Within this Power BI Desktop, I'm going to get some data from my data source, right? So for example, I have some data in my Excel file. If you look at this, I have Excel file here, Global Superstore. This file data I want to load into the Power BI. So I go get data, Excel workbook, and now I can locate for the data set. So here is my data set available. I select this data set. When I click on it, when I open it, it will give me some sheets to fetch the data. How we extract the data from Excel, SQL, web, OData, right? We talked about all these data extractions process in our last class. Now, if you want to get the data from, let's say, orders sheet, for now I select orders in people. These two sheets I'm selecting here, right? Now here you can see the preview of this data. This is just a preview of the data. Now you have option here, transform data. Ideally, as per the best practice, we should always click on the transform data. When you hit this button, your data will be loaded in Power Query Editor. If you see here, this is your PQE, Power Query Editor. Within this Power Query Editor, you perform all your data transformation. So this is that window where you perform data massaging, data transformations, right? So it's not like Power BI can replace the ETL tools. No, ETL tools are mainly built for that purpose. But Power BI has the capability to handle the data transformation, data preparation as well. Got it? So now we have extracted this data here, but we want to make some changes, some transformations on top of the data. For now, I'm loading only two tables. Going forward, as we'll be proceeding further, I would require some more samples, some more use cases. So I will be bringing some more data into this. So when I make a connection initially, my data loads into the Power Query editor, which means the data is staged in the memory. Memory means in your RAM, in your machine RAM. Because if you see, you can see some of the data here. But if I go, now you see there are two windows open, Power BI Desktop, and this one is your Power BI editor. If I go to Power BI Desktop, in Power BI Desktop, you don't have any data yet.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customer says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
Right? You haven't loaded any data yet in Power BI Desktop. But the point is, where is the data then? Data is staging currently in Power Query Editor, and this Power Query Editor means data is in RAM, in memory. If I go here into the task manager of my machine just to understand the processing a little bit in detail, here you can see my Power BI Desktop instance is running and which is consuming most of the memory, right? You can see it is consuming most of the RAM, right? So whenever you load the data from any source, initially that data is staged, that data stay for a while into the RAM. Why? So that whatever the transformations you do, you perform it on the fly. Before you load the data in Power BI Desktop, in this window, you prepare your data, you massage your data, correct? So for example, you have SQL database. In this SQL database, you have one table. In this one table, you have 100 columns, right? And you want to create report in Power BI. So what you do, this data, one table data where you have 100 columns, you bring this data in Power BI, right? Means 100 column data is loaded in Power BI now. But for reporting purpose, I don't need all the 100 columns. For reporting purpose, I need only 25 columns. So why should I load rest of the 75? I don't want them. So before I load the data in Power BI Desktop on the Power Query Editor, this Power Query Editor is kind of a gate, right? Entry gate. On this Power Query Editor, you take all your data here and you have a lot of transformation operations. You perform all these transformation operations on top of your data. Let's say you don't need 75 columns, you will remove them from here. You remove some null columns, null values, you remove the duplicates, you create some joins, VLOOKUPs, you do all your massaging of the data, all data sanitization you do here. And then you take this data, once it's all clean, it's all confirmed in this window, means in this window, this is your Power Query Editor, right? This is your Power Query Editor. Within this window, you clean all everything, and then you say, okay, let this data come in the Power BI Desktop now. Then this data come to your Power BI Desktop. But when the data is here, it stay in your machine RAM, right? And when this data is cleaned and it is loaded in permanently in Power BI Desktop, then this RAM, let's say it was consuming, let's say 30 MB, right? 30 MB of RAM. So once the data is loaded from Power Query Editor to Power BI Desktop, then this RAM will be cleaned automatically, right? Your RAM will be free automatically, right? And the data will be loaded in your hard disk, right? And in Power BI Desktop. So actually, I would say the data comes in the Power BI Desktop physically when you clean it all in Power Query Editor after that, correct? So this is the whole process, means how data works. So whenever you load the data in Power Query Editor, by default data loads in RAM. Why RAM is it's loading data in RAM? So that the processing or the transformation you are doing on top of your data, that could be faster, right? If it won't be loaded in RAM, then it won't give you a better performance. So that's the concept of loading in the data in RAM initially, keeping RAM, clean it, massage it, and then load it into the Power BI Desktop. That's it. Correct? So this is a layman language to call or to understand this functionality to this concept. But if you say technically or from the interview point of view, right? So in interview, how this question will be put up by interviewers? They will ask, what is anybody knows this process, this concept name? What is X velocity in memory analytics in Power BI? I said X velocity. This is just for your understanding purpose, so that you should aware what it is. If somebody asks you the question, you should be able to explain what it is. Right. So initially, the data will be loaded in memory in RAM for processing purpose, because keeping the data in RAM, it is always fast. It gives you the fast performance. Okay. So this is conceptual knowledge. Now let's proceed further. You have this data here, right? You see a lot of ribbons you have. If you do the right click, you have so many options available here. If you right click on a table, you see then so many options available here. Right? So everywhere you see too many options in this window. And really, this window is like almost everything you can do within this window related to any data, massaging any data preparation. Okay, so now, very first thing, how you start with this window. Let's say you have loaded some of the data. Very first thing is you should take care what data you need, right? Let's say the example, if I take that same example, you have SQL table. Let's say this orders table. In this orders table, you have currently 24 columns. You can see that number of columns here, right? In this orders table, when you load it, it has 24 columns. But for reporting purpose, you need only 20 columns. You don't need 4 columns, right? And how you would know how many columns are required? You will be doing your requirement analysis, right? You will do requirement analysis at that time. You will be able to identify which all columns are required, correct? But it's not always possible like you 100% or accurately you are able to identify which all columns are required. So tentatively you just identify. In case if you miss something, you can do that later as well. That's not a problem. It's fully flexible. Now, in this table, you say, I need only limited columns. I want to remove a couple of columns from here. So the one option is you can right click on a column and remove it. Shift 8 column has been removed from your data. When you remove the column or when you perform any operation on top of your data here, for each and every operation, one step will be added into the applied steps window. Correct? So let's say you remove a column, you rename a column, you remove duplicates. For everything, one step will be added here. Right? Using this applied step window, you can go back to your, I would say, your data processing level, or you can go ahead to your data processing level. This is very useful window. I'll come to this later. So when I remove the shift date, that's deleted, that's removed from your data. But it's not like it's removed from your source data also from Excel, no. Whenever you make any change in your data, there will not be any impact on the source level, source data. Because Power BI just read the data, Power BI cannot write back anything to the source. Correct? So this data, the column you remove, that is removed from the data which was loaded into the RAM. Because we are keeping the data in RAM, right? And it's a clone, I would say it's a copy of the data. So from that data, we are removing it. Now, if you want that shift date column back, so you can undo this step, you can delete this step, click on it, you got your shift date column back. Correct? So at any time you can interact with these steps and you can manage your transformations. For example, you want to remove multiple columns. Currently, I removed only one column. If you want to remove multiple columns, then you can select multiple columns with the help of Control key, right? Like generally what we do in Excel as well in other tools also. So let's say you say, I need shift date. I don't need, for example, postal code. I don't need state. You can select these columns like this and you can remove them. So these columns have been removed. And when you remove the column or whatever the operation you perform on top of your data, everything will be written here as a script. Power BI will write a script behind the scene. And this script is nothing but this is called your M query, right? This is called M query. right? This M query is basically, I would say, Power Query language. So whatever the operation you perform in Power BI, everything will be converted into the M query. Although we'll come to this concept later, right? But let me just take it forward. So whatever the query you see here, if you want, you can interact with this as well. But this is not recommended to interact with it. Correct. Let's say you say, I don't want to remove the state column. Okay, then you can remove this state part from. But it could be dangerous as well to edit this query. If you are familiar with it, only then you should do that. Otherwise, no. You got your state column back now. All right, fine. Now you have so many columns removed, right? You have removed the columns, but it is difficult to find a specific column to remove, right? Let me undo this step. You are looking for a state column to remove and you are just scrolling it left to right or right to left because these columns are not sorted properly. These comes in the same sequence as they exist in your table, in your data source. But you are looking for a state column and that is difficult to find. Just think about it on a complex scenario when you have 100 columns loaded here and you want to remove a specific column. For that purpose, you have choose column window here. Just click on it. And from this window, you can choose your columns which all you need. So let's say I don't need ship date, I don't need state, I don't need market, right? So you can select them. You can search these columns as well. And if you want, you can sort these columns as well in a different orders, right? Now you click OK. Again, it does the same thing. It removes the columns. Correct. So there are many ways to perform one operation. It depends on you how you use that, and that will be possible only when you explore the entire window. Means all the process, all the operations you see here, right? Now, this is that. Now let's. Next thing is once you have selected your columns. Next thing is filtering the rows. Let's say you have a couple of rows where you have some data in your postal code null, right? You can see null is there. If you say I need only those records, only that data where the postal code is not null, so you can just click on it and like Excel filter, you can deselect the null. You have some advanced number level filters as well. If you want, you can apply these filters also, right? Or from the drop down list also, you can apply a filter directly. And now you just click OK. Your data has been filtered. For this operation also, one step has been added. Correct. At any point of time, if you want, you can undo this. You can delete that step. Right. Now, once this is done, next thing you do, you work with data types. When you load the data in Power BI Query Editor very first time, Power BI detect the data types automatically. And how you would know what is the data type of the columns? If you see before the column names, there is a icon written, right? There's an icon displayed here. If you see 1, 2, 3, which means it's a number type of column. ABC, it's a text type of column. This date means it's a calendar type of column. It's a date type of column. Correct? So by just looking at this icon, you can quickly identify which type of column it is. If you want to change the data type of any column, you can just click on it and you can change whatever you need. So let's say you want to make this column as a text, click on it and you can replace the current step because already you are changing it into the whole number. Now, do you want to replace the existing step or do you want to add a new step? So recommendation is to always choose to replace current step. Once that is chosen, you see this column has been converted now into a text type of column. Correct? Although Power BI take care of all the data types, but in case if Power BI is not taking care, then you have option. You can right click, you can click on this column and you can change the data type. Or you can right click as well and change data type from here as well. Correct? So there are many ways to apply one change here. Once you have taken care of all the data types, and or maybe sometimes you may have some situation where you are not sure which data type should be selected for a particular column. So in that case, you can take some help from Power BI. You can select the column for which you want to take help. Let's say you are not sure what should be the data type of this column. You go to transform data and here you have option detect data type. When you click on it, Power BI automatically detect and change it to whole number again. Right? So this detect data type option you have here. This is all about to work with the data types. Next feature is check the data quality, right? Let's say you have taken care of your data types now. Now you want to understand like what, I mean, how much data you have blank, how much data you have null, right? Or null or blank is almost same generally. How much data you have where you found some error in your data, right? So if you want to understand all these things, then what you do, you just look at the columns, and just under the column there you see there is a green line. So this green line is not a border. If you are thinking like it is just a border or for some style purpose it is given, no. It is telling us something. If you hover on this line, so for example, if I go and hover on this line, okay, right, it tells you how much data you have valid and how much you have data where you found errors, how much data you have where you found empty records. And this analysis you see here, this is running here based on the 1,000 records only, right? So this is called as column profiling. So this column profiling, what you see here, this is coming here based on top 1,000 records currently, considering the performance. If you say, I want to run this column profiling on an entire data set, then you need to change this property from here. Change the setting and make the column profiling based on entire data set. Once you have changed that, if you notice, it is still processing. Why? Because now the scope for the data has been increased, and now it is taking some time to compute it. Now it's done. If you see, it is giving you 100% valid data, and this column has 51,291 records. Correct? So now if I scroll it, you see the status, the profiling of the rest of the columns. Generally, we prefer to keep it only 1,000 records because on 1,000 only it gives us a lot of information. Now, if you notice this postal code, the postal code line is not all green. If you see, it's green and most of the part is black. If I hover on it, it tells me 81% is empty data and only 19% is valid data. So we have 41,000 records where we have empty in this particular column. So most of the data, most of the records are not having the postal code entry. Right? So you can quickly understand the health of your data. You can quickly see what is the status of the data, in which column you have null values, where you have the error values. All these things you can quickly identify. Correct? Let me change it back to the 1,000 because that takes time. Fine. Now you found there is some data. I would say there is some data null you have in it, and you want to remove this null. You want to replace this null. Correct? So I see quick question, this green line, this is called column profiling, right? That's what I was saying. This is column profiling. Okay, so this is your column profiling, which helps you to understand the quality of the column, means what type of data you have, how much is blank, how much is having the error, how much is valid data. Now, if you want, let's say you want to replace the null values, right? Null value means there is no data in your database. Error means in this column, let's say if you enter some text value, although postal code is a number type of column, and if you enter any text value in it, that will throw the error, correct? So that particular row will be giving you the error record.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or if there is, rest is valid, right? So means if there is no error, no null, means that is valid. Valid means no error, no null. That is your valid, correct? I hope you understood now how it is detecting. So if there is no null, no error, which means it says it's a valid data, correct? So basically it is just to detect the null or error in your records. Now you want to replace this null. For some time we don't want to keep null values in the data. It purely depends on your project requirement. It's not like every time you replace a null. No. Sometimes you want to keep null as it is. It depends on your project requirement. Or sometimes you don't want to keep the null. If you say you want to replace the null values, okay, so you can treat the multiple operations on it. If you just remove, if you hover on it, it says remove empty cells. Means wherever you have empty or wherever you have null, remove them. When you click on it, it will just filter the data. That window is here behind this, right? So now you see it's all green line, which says it's all filtered data. But filtering data may not be good choice because it has filtered the data of other rows as well. So if you want somewhere, it's all about the fitment. If this is fitting in your requirement, then you can remove the filter rows, you can remove the null rows from your data, or you want to replace the values of the null, right? So for example, you right click on it and you choose replace values. So you want to replace what? You want to replace the null value. Any value, any other value also you can replace from here. And this one I want to call out, let's say 0. If I have somewhere null, then it should be displayed by a 0. There you go. Right? Now, if someone says, can we replace null values by NA or not applicable, not available, something like that, let's try. If you want, you can delete this step and add it again, or if this step has this setting icon, means you can edit the settings for this particular icon. Just click on this and you see again this window. Now you say you replace the null values by NA. When you write NA here, your OK button is not available now. It's grayed out and it gives you an error. If I click on this error, it says enter a number value, means this column can accept a number value only because the data type of the column is a numeric, a decimal number, right? It cannot accept. But ideally, the column data type should be whole number, but that's not the problem. If you want to enter any text type of value here, then first that column you should change as a text. So let's do that exercise first. I delete that step, and now I right click on it and I call it text. Change type and make it text. Replace the current step. Once it is converted as a text, now you can easily replace null values by NA. There you go. Correct. So data type also important while you are transforming your data. Now, this is all about replacing of the blank values. But how the error value comes up, how error looks like here. So for example, this row ID. Row ID is a number type of column, right? Let me just make some changes in the data sheet so that I can generate the error to show you. So what I do, I'm just making some change in my Excel sheet, right? Just to generate some error, just to create the scenario. Let me change the data, some of the data in Excel. Okay, so in my order sheet, let's say here I have some data, row ID, and this row ID, let's say I change. I make it something number, or number it's already, I make it something like this. Some manual mistake, right? I change this data now, save it, and close this Excel. Now I go back here, and when I give a refresh to this data, I want to refresh the data of this table, orders table, refresh. See, now it is giving the error on this record, which makes sense, right? And now if you see, it is not giving you the error. Why? Because this column profiling not got refreshed. When it will be refreshing? When you go to another tab and you come back here. It will do that calculation again, and now if you hover on it, it says there is one row which is having the error. So what to do with to solve this error? Do you want to remove this error row, or do you want to replace this error record? Let's say you have the error in it, and wherever the error you have in this column, that should have a default row ID, and that we can say let's say row ID 1000. So you right click on it and you say replace errors. So wherever the error is, or maybe if in future any error comes in this column, that error value will be replaced by this 1000. Here you go. Correct? And now you see your row ID, your column profiling shows complete green line. Got it? So these could be some scenarios where you may get these type of problems, but it's all in Power BI. When you do practice, you explore it, right? Well, there's one more thing just want to share with you. Data transformation is all about just logical thinking, right? And it's simple. If we are able to think something, then definitely we can implement that. Correct? So let's say if you have some null values in a specific column, and if you say what to do, how can I remove these null values? So first we need to think like which operation I want to prepare, what I want to do with this data, right? All right. So another thing is these are the couple of operations we perform here. And what we are doing now, I hope you understood. This is what I'm doing. I'm cleansing the data. I'm transforming the data depending on the need, right? Sometimes you may get a clean data, 100% structured data, and you don't need any transformation, anything. Although if you have that type of data, then it means you are lucky. You don't need to spend a lot of time. You don't need to do a lot of struggle here on preparing the data. It's all ready for you to start visualization on writing some calculations, right? Now, if you look at this people table, in this people table, my headers are not properly aligned. If you see the first row, this first row is useless data for me because someone in Excel prepared the data in this format, and that's why it is coming here. So if you want, you can obviously do this data correction in Excel, but how to do it in Power BI? We are learning that, correct? So I don't need this particular row. So let's remove this particular row from here. This column 1, I don't need this particular row. And now the first row you have, this should be the column headers, right? For that you have option, use first row as headers. Done. Now your data looks better. Here you see region and a manager. So for each region you have a manager. For Caribbean region you have a manager. For Central Africa you have this manager, right? Like this. Now, if you go in your orders table, do I have manager data here? You can look into the column like this, or if you want, you can. It is becoming difficult for me to scroll it like this to find a manager column. I don't know where it is. So I can just click on the drop down of choose columns, and there you see another option, go to column. Now you can search manager here. If there would be any column manager, then that will get filtered here. But I don't see any column here with manager, right? So do I have any region column here? I can search. Yeah, I got the region column. Select it and click OK. It will take me to the region column directly. Here you go. Right, so you don't need to scroll or search. You can take the help of this go to column. It take you to that column directly. Okay, so I have a region, but for some requirement, I want to bring manager's name of these regions. So who is the manager of Central US? That information I don't have in this table, but for some reason I want that information in this table. So I can go to the people table, and in people table I can see where is Central US, here it is. And I have Lon Bonner. This is the manager of this region. And this data I want in this table. Like Excel VLOOKUP. In Excel VLOOKUP also we do the similar thing, correct? Or SQL join. In SQL join also, if you want the data from one table to another table, then what do? You just apply a join in SQL and you can easily bring the information. Or in Excel, you apply the VLOOKUP and you can bring the information. Now, if you want to achieve this type of thing in Power BI, which is very common thing, right? Most of the time you will require this thing. So first of all, you should have a common column in the data. So I have, yes, based on region, I can set up some link, some relation between these two tables, and I can easily extract the manager. So I need the data manager in orders. So I select this table, then I go here, combine. There you see merge queries, or without, I mean, sometimes under the drop down, you see this option, or sometimes without drop down also you can see this. You see merge query option here. You click on the merge query. In this merge query window, you see this is your orders table, and you need to select another table, people table. Now, you want to link these two tables based on a common column, and that common column is region. You select the region column here and region column here as well. Then Power BI automatically detect the join, which join type it will be. It is left join. If you want, you can change the join types from here, which is very rare. You don't change the join types. Now you are seeing here a message like you're out of 51,291 rows. These particular rows are matching in your second table, in your people table. Now, once this is just information for you to see how much data is matching. So I see, yes, for most of the records, I'll be able to fetch the manager information in my orders. So I click on OK. Once you click OK, you get a new column added in your orders table, but that column is a referenced column of your another table. But if you want the people names here, then you need to extract, you need to expand this table. So if you click on this double-sided arrow button, here you will see all columns of your another table. right? So I see the column of my people table. Eventually, I have only 2 columns in my people table. That's why I see 2 columns. So I select the manager column here, and then I click on OK. Now you see, it easily extracted your manager column here. Now, if you find there is one thing which says blank data is coming here, means there are 6 records we have which are not having any manager. So means I have 6 region, I have some data where there is no manager. So I want to see that whose are those 6 records. So I select the null only to see the data. Data is processing. You have these records here, right? So these are your records. But now you are surprised, like when you were hovering on that was showing only 6 records, but now you got a lot of records here which are having null. Why is it so? So the reason is because at that time when we were hovering on it, if you see, when you were hovering on it, it was showing you only 6 records, because at this time the column profiling was running based on 1,000 records only. Exactly, 6 out of 1,000. But maybe the other data you found null, that is more than 1,000, that is in the another batch, or more than 1,000 records. So in this case, if you need accurate information, you need to choose this one, and then you need to wait for some time, because it takes time to process your data, right, to give you the information. And other thing is, it depends on your machine configuration and on your machine performance as well. So in my machine, there are many applications are running behind the scene. Let me close some of the applications. I don't need the gateway at this point, so I can stop it. Plus, I don't need SQL Server also at this point. I can stop this as well. All right, now if I hover on it, it says you have 384 rows where you have the empty data. Correct? Now you got more accurate information. So if you want to see that, as I said, you can just go here and you can choose null only. It will give you the null records. These are your 384 records. Now, if you want to see which region you have for these, so if you see Canada, so it is not able to bring any manager from the people table for Canada region. If you click on it, you see yes. So does it mean there is no manager for Canada? Let's check that. If I go here in region and if I try to search Canada, yeah, there is no manager for Canada. That's the reason I'm getting the blank name for Canada region. Okay, so no worries. Let's say I have already made this join here, means this column profiling. Let's say now it's kind of a data correction for me, right? So now I got to know, okay, so it means for some reason my manager for Canada, there is no manager updated in the records in the source. If you want, you can do this thing in Power BI as well, but ideally we do this in the source. So here you see we need a new region, that is Canada, and for this region, for Canada region, the manager name is, I would say, any name, let me pick from the chat window. I pick Akash. So Akash is manager for Canada. Save this and close it. Now if I go here and I just give a refresh to the data, right? Because I've already added a step. So these steps will get executed on your new data or on your refreshed data. So when I hit the refresh button here, I want to refresh both the tables this time. So I choose refresh. If you choose refresh preview, that will refresh only the selected table. Now it is refreshing. You can see it's processing here and it refreshed quickly, right? It is done. But you see still it shows the blank, which means this profiling is not refreshed. So just go to other table and come back to this table again. And now let that run, let it run. And see it comes or no this time. So it should display Akash now as a manager for Canada region. So now we are going to learn another functionality, that is append query, how append query works and what append query is. So to understand this functionality, I have some sample data already, because these functionalities are something like when you would have that type of the data, only then you will be using these operations. So I'm keeping a sample data here, like I have these 3 sheets. You may have these sheets data in a different Excel as well, or maybe in different source as well. That's not a problem. We just need the data. So you have north order, south order, east order. So in these sheets, the main thing is your data is different, but the structure of the table, you see, structure of the data means number of columns which you see, which can be same or sometimes may not be same. It depends, right? So let's say I keep this one first simple. In each table, I have the similar columns, right? In each column, in each table, I have the similar column names, and data is different. Obviously, data will be different, correct? So I save it. Now, whenever you have these type of scenarios, so what you do, you prefer to bring this data into a single table. You want to consolidate this data. In Excel, generally, we can do it manually. In Excel, we can do this thing manually like this, correct? But how to handle this scenario in Power BI, so that if we have 3 sheets or multiple sheets, and we can automatically append this data, right? So let's see how we handle it. So I'm going to save this file. I'm going to load this data in Power BI. I go new source, Excel, and I select my Excel as a source. On this window, I select my 3 tables, which I have in my Excel sheet, and I click OK. You can see here you have east orders, north orders, and south orders data. Data is in 3 tables, but you want to consolidate it all in one table. You want to do kind of a union, I would say. Like in SQL, generally we perform a union operation. So we want to do this union operation here, means we want to consolidate the data of 3 tables into one table. For that purpose, we use the append operation. You have operation here, append. You can append into an existing table, or you can create a new table for appended data. So I click on this drop down and I choose append queries as new. Means data will be appended in a new table, means in a 4th table. If you have 2 tables to append, you will select your first table, second table. If you have 3 or more tables, then you can select all your tables, east and north, and click here. So these 3 tables data will be consolidated together when you click on OK. You can see in this table, you have got the data of these 3 tables. You can change the name of it, and I call this one all orders data, right? So if you see in each table, I was having 10 records. When I did append, this table contains 30 records now, means 10 records are coming from east, 10 are coming from north, 10 are coming from south. But if you say how to identify the data which is coming from which table, right? It can append 50 tables also, 10 tables also, right? I took example of 3. You can append 4, 5, 6, 7. It's up to you. Right? Let me show you again. If you see, there was an option 3 or more tables, right? It's not 2 tables, 3 or more tables. If you have 3 or more than 3, then you use this tab. Now, in this table, if you see, you want to see which data is coming from which region table. So for that purpose, you need to add a separate column here. If you will add a separate column, then append will automatically append a new column here as a region, and that will give you the information for each of the table's data. But there is a prerequisite while you want to use this append functionality. Append functionality you can use only when you have the same column names and same data types. If you see order ID, in each table we have the same column name, order ID. Right? If it is same only, then it will append it properly. But let's say just for the understanding purpose, I make it order ID test. My column name is different now. If I go to all orders data, order ID and order ID test, these columns are treated as separate columns. Correct? Where you have order ID test in this sheet, you are able to see the data in that particular column, in those particular rows. But for order ID, it shows blank because there is no column with order ID in that particular table. Correct? So if you need correct output, make sure the column names are same and data types are also same. Column sequence doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter which sequence you are having. Main thing is column names and column data type should match. If you say, I want to see a region column here. So if you just add a new column here, if you want, you can add in your source, but if not possible in your source, you can add a custom column here by going to add column, custom column, and just bring a new column here. And I define the column name as region. You define your custom formula here. Whenever you want to write any text, any string, that you write in the double quotes, and this one you call, this is your east orders, right? A new column is added here. Make sure it's a text type of column. Same thing you do in your another table as well. Column name should be obviously same. Make sure the data type is same for each, for the column in each table. Okay, now if you go to your all orders table, you get this appended column automatically here. Right, so all these particular rows are coming from your south table, all these are from north and east. Got it? So we are going to see some more transformation operations here, which are very common for day-to-day data preparation. So for example, you have this order ID column. In this order ID column, you are containing year, right? You know what you need. Let's say in this year, in this order ID, you have a year value in between. You need this particular year value in a separate column, correct? So to get this to extract some specific value from any string, we can use a split functionality, right? This could be multiple, it could be in a multiple ways. Sometimes you want first few characters, you want sometimes last, or you want to split this particular order value in a separate column. Means whenever a hyphen comes or a specific delimiter comes, it should split your value in a separate column. So you have these inbuilt options here available. Right click on a column, split column. You can split it by the delimiter, by number of characters, by position. It depends. So let's say I select by delimiter. Now you can choose here based on which delimiter you want to split this column. So it automatically detect your split your delimiter. But if you want, you can choose from here as well. Or if you want, you can enter a different delimiter operation. You can choose based on which occurrence of this delimiter you want to split your column, from the left side, from right side, or from the each occurrence of the delimiter you want to split it. So for now, if I select, I want to split it from the right, from the each, based on the each occurrence of the delimiter, right? So just click on OK, because each occurrence is selected already. Click OK. It's splitted now. Each column value has been splitted, right? Now, if you say you need this 2015 only in a separate column, no worries, rest you can merge them together again, right? Just select all them in the same order in which you want to merge. I select this one first, then this, and then right click, and then you can merge the options. When you go to merge these options, here you have a separator option. You can add a custom separator for the delimiter, that's your hyphen. Here you can define your merged column name. So that is my order ID. And click OK. There you go. Your data has been merged in order ID, and order year you have extracted separately. Correct? So whenever you want to split the column, you can just use a split functionality here. Sometimes you may have a different requirements to handle this case. Let's say currently I extracted this order year from the order ID part. In my order ID part, I was having the order year, so I could easily extracted it from here. But let's say from the order date, you need to extract the date related components, right? Like you have these months, year, quarters, all these things you want to extract from here. You can use duplicate column, create a duplicate column of this. And on top of the duplicated column, I want to perform some operations, right? Now on this column, I make one more duplicate. On this, you can transform and you can say I need year. And now just double click on it and you can say this is your year. From here, you can, from this column again, you can create a duplicate. If you want to change, you can change the original column as well. I'm creating duplicate because I need that column for some other purpose. So here you go on the transform and you can extract month number, month name, how many days you have in this month, what is the end of the month, start of the month, whatever. I mean, any component you can bring from here. So I select, let's say, name of the month. This one I can use to extract quarter. There you go, it's my quarter column. Now, for some reason you say, I need the quarter like Q1, Q2, or QTR1, QTR2 like this. So you can append that value within this existing column. But if you try to append that value in the existing column, it won't allow because the data type of this column is number and numeric type column cannot accept your string type. So you need to change it to make it text.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customer says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now let's continue with the session.
When this column is converted as a text, now this column you can use to create a separate column. In that separate column, you can concatenate the string value and later you can remove this column from here because this would not be required. So I go to add column, custom column. I'm creating a new column and that's when I define, this is my quarter column. Here I define the text value, which is my QTR hyphen. And to concatenate, I use this ampersand operator here. And from here, I want to append this QTR, this column. So this, all the columns are available here. I just select this column, double click on that. That is added here. Now I click OK. You got the column here and make sure it is a text type of column. I changed the data type as text. And now this column is not required. So this one I can remove now. Right click and remove. Got it. For everything, if you notice.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment on your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
For each and every step, whatever we are performing, everything is captured here. At any point of time, you can go to a specific step and you can undo or you can make any changes in that. While you see these steps, behind the scene, Power BI is writing a script. If you click on this advanced editor, here you can see this is a script which is generated by Power BI. When you are performing these operations on top of your data, Power BI is writing a script behind the scene. Although you don't need to worry, you don't need to write this script. If you want, you can write it. If you are familiar with it, you can write this script. Correct, but there is no sense of doing it. If let's say if you want to split a column, and for splitting a column, if you want to write a script, then that would take a lot of time to do that. Correct. If you see here, we were extracting the column from I would say from the column, we were extracting the quarter. For that, you need to write this script. This writing this script will take around 1 minute. If you are expert, then 1 minute, right? But for new person or for some beginners or for some intermediate level of person, that will take a lot of time because we don't know what it is, right? We never experienced, we never learned this thing. So that's why these ready-made options are given to you, which makes life easy. Just do some clicks, right clicks, and that's all, right? So data preparation, you do in Power BI Editor with all these ready-made options. On top of the ready-made options, if you want to make more transformation, more customizations, for that we have the DAX. DAX is another scripting language, or that is very similar to the Excel formula language. So this DAX we can use on top of this data, whatever you are preparing right now. This DAX is something which is part of our next module. All right. Now, when you have extracted the data from multiple sources, now you want to know which data is coming from which source, right? Because sometimes when you are working on a complex scenario, when you have, let's say, many tables, 20, 50, 20, 50, 20, 25 tables you have extracted, and you want to see which table is coming from which source. For that, you can take the benefit of the query dependency option, which is under the View tab, query dependencies. You can see a tree here, right, which tells you, like, if you select this particular source, means this Excel file is feeding the data in all these highlighted tables, right? If I want to see the data in this table is coming in orders table, data is coming from where? If you select it, means in orders table, data is coming from the people, because people is used as a merge query in this table, and these two tables data, data is coming from this Excel file. So here you can see a tree map, or I would say tree view of your all the tables, and you can see the dependency as well of your table. If you see all orders data, this table is built based on 3 tables. So if I select this one, it highlights all the tables, all the structure, right? That helps you a lot to understand if you are going to make any change in this particular table, then what other tables will get impacted, correct? So you can see the dependency between your tables from here. Correct. If you want, you can just increase it from here. You can see, right? So it tells you, it gives you the dependency between your tables. Okay, this is just for your use when you are working on a complex scenarios. Complex means when you have loaded multiple tables. If you have the data of 1, 2, 3, 4 tables only, then that is not much required. All right, now we are going to see some more transformations here. And this time we are going to apply a few things which you see under the Transform tab. In Transform tab, you can see we have a Group By option. So I'm taking an example now. For example, you have this orders table. In this orders table, you have ship country, ship city, not ship, I would say you have country, you have city, and you have, let's say, the column here, which you see profit. You have, let's say, shipping cost, right? So you want to use the shipping cost. So for each country and city, we want to see how much is the shipping cost we have paid so far. For that purpose, I need a separate table, right? And in that separate table, I want to keep all this data in an aggregated manner, right? Means I want to just group by this data. Whatever the data I have, I want to group by it. So in this table, I'm keeping the data, let's say, of my transaction level, means granular level of the data. But I need this data to aggregate it based on the country and city and shipping cost. So what I do, I select the columns, but before that, let me create a duplicate table. If you want, you can apply the group by directly on this table as well. I'm just creating a duplicate because that I would require for some other demonstration. Now in this table, if you see, when you create a duplicate, all the steps and everything comes here automatically. Now in this table, you want to keep only 3 columns: country and city and your shipping cost. You can change the position of the columns. You can just drag the columns to left or right. Now you see country, city, and shipping cost. If I select a particular country here, my data is coming for one country, or because I think we are filtering the data somewhere. Yeah, it says filtered. So we filter the data for some demonstration. Let me clear that filter. All right, now if you see here, if I select, let's say, Argentina. For Argentina, you see, city-wise, shipping cost is displayed to you. If I select a specific city here, just to make it simple, let's say I select this particular city. For this city, you have 8 records here, right? And if you want to see the total shipping cost you have paid so far for this particular city, then you need to sum up the value of all these cells, right? So how we can group this data and how can we aggregate the shipping cost to display it in a one row? Means Argentina and this for this city, and for this for this city, the total shipping cost is this. Correct? I want to show only one row for each city. So how can we group this data? And I want to group it based on country and city, and then I will aggregate the shipping cost. So in such case, in SQL, we use the group by functionality, if you remember, right? Or in Excel, we have pivot table for the same purpose. In Power BI, we use this group by. So click on this group by. You need to apply, you want to apply the grouping based on 2 columns, country and city. For that, you go to Advanced tab. There is choose your first column, country, second level of grouping you need on city. And then you want to do the data aggregation. And in the aggregation column, you want to call total shipping cost, right? And you want to perform an operation here, sum, and you want to do the sum of shipping cost. And when you click on OK, here you go. If I want to test the same thing, I select the same country, Argentina, and we'll select the same city, which I selected earlier. See, it has done the sum of all the lines, correct? So that is the benefit of grouping the data. If you notice one more thing here, somewhere it is displaying the data up to 2 decimal places, somewhere if you see up to 3 decimal places, somewhere it is showing the data up to 5 decimal places. But it should be consistent, right? So you can right click on it and you can transform it and you can round up the value. Round up, round down, whatever. Let's say round up the numbers. Now it will just do the round up and it will give you rounded up values. It will remove the decimal part from you, right? All right, so you have got your country and city shipping cost. Got it? So with the help of these type of functionalities, you can group by your data, right? I would say one potential use case I see here is like, let's say in any table you are fetching data from Salesforce, and you have transactional level of the data, means every day multiple orders are created, but for the reporting requirement, you don't need, I would say, granular level data, means daily level data. You need only month level data. You just want to display for this particular month what was the total number of orders, what was the total orders amount, what was the total orders, I would say the other details. So you can aggregate your data, you can group your data with the help of it, right? Means when your data will be loaded, it's not like, let's say if you in your Salesforce table, if you were having, let's say, 50,000 records, so and you don't need 50,000. If you just group your data on a month level, you aggregate your data on a month level, then it would become hardly 5 or 10,000 of rows, right? So ideally, you should load only 10,000 rows because your requirement is just to show the data, just for do the analysis, do the reporting for aggregated data only. So why should I bring transactional level or means daily level of the data? Because that's not in my requirement. Correct. So in such cases, you can roll up your data with the help of this group by functionality. Got it? What is this group by, guys? Is this clear to all of you? All right. Next thing we have here is, all right. So for next thing, I have some sample data prepared so that I can show you that thing quickly on a smaller data set. Although you can apply it on a large data set, but on large data set for us, will not be able to see it properly. So I have the data prepared in this format, right? So I got some data in this format. This is my country, these are my cities, population data, and this is my, let's say, 2012 data. Means data is prepared in this way. Users can prepare the data in any way. So we want to prepare it, we want to handle this data in Power BI. And it should have, let's say, for all these rows should have country, India, but currently it's a merged cell, right? So these merged cells, how Power BI treat. Let's work on it. In another sheet, we have transpose data, and in the transpose data, we are keeping the data like this. But we want to flip this data like we do in Excel, we have a transpose option in Excel. We can easily do the transpose of the data like this. Correct? So how this data we can transpose within the Power BI, we are going to see. So these two are the generic cases. Sometimes whenever you are working with Excel, in Excel especially, you get these scenarios. So I bring these Excel data. I choose here my Excel file. I select these two tables, click OK. All right, so first let's see fill table, how this fill looks like. So when you loaded the fill table data, it is coming like this. Now we need to think like how we want to structure it. So my requirement is the first column title should be country, right? And this column title should be city, and it should be population, right? And these columns which you see, these are not properly, these rows are not properly handled here, that we need to do. So first, let's remove the first row you have. This row I don't need, I can remove it. So I reduce the rows, I click on remove row and remove top. So from the top, I'm removing the one row, right? Now, if you notice here, the first row you have, I promote this one as a column header. Click on this option, use first row as header, it's promoted. This one is not changed, this I define manually, I just rename it. Now, the problem is, when you see India, it's not populating to all the cells which you see here, right? Although all the cities are of India, but it's not populated here properly. So to fill these details in the downward cells, we select the column, then we go to Transform tab. There you have a fill option. If you click on fill, you have two options here. Do you want to fill the data downwards or upwards? If you click on down, it will fill your data in downwards direction. Now your data is sorted properly. It's in the usable format in Power BI. Correct? So we prepared these couple of operations to make it in a usable format. Correct? Now let's go to the next functionality to see transpose. So your data is like this. You want to flip this data. These first column cells you see, these are actually the row, I would say the column headers. So you want to flip the data, means you want to convert your rows into the columns. So for that, you have option here, transpose. Just hit this one. Your data is converted now in this format. This is your country, city, and population. If you just remove the first row as a header, then it will look better. Here you go. Right? So your data is flipped here. To flip your data means to convert rows into the columns or column into the rows, you use the transpose functionality here. Got it? Another thing you have here is, let's say in this table. In this table, you have a lot of data, and for some reason, you want to count the number of records. I removed the filter row step because that I did for some purpose. Now, in this table, you have a lot of data, and you want to see how much data you have in it, means how many rows are there. If you want to count, it doesn't give you the complete count because this data is just loaded in a RAM. So when the data is RAM, it doesn't give you the exact count of your records, and you want to see how many records you have in this table. For that, an option is given to you, count rows. If you click on it, Power BI will quickly count the number of records in the table and will give you the count. This operation you can just use to see the count of your table. Correct? Okay, that information I got it means 51,291 records I have. All right, next option, if you go under the Transform tab, you have, not in Transform, I would say add column, you have conditional column. So you want to create some conditional column. That conditional column is something like, if I scroll it a little bit more. All right. Okay, so here you have unit price. This is your unit price of the product which was ordered in the orders, right? So now you, based on the unit price, you want to create using the unit price, and unit price would be of product, right? So you want to create a separate table of the product, like you have product names, product IDs, product category, subcategory, and unit price. Using these columns, you want to create a separate table, and that table you want to define which product, let's say this particular product, you want to define a category of the product in category A, category B, category C. Means if the product's unit price is greater than, I would say, in between $0 to $500, then we'll call it's a C category product, right? If the product's unit price is $500 to $5,000, then it's a B category product. And if product's unit price is more than $5,000, then I will call it's very expensive one, and give it a category A tag, right? I mean, you want to just define the tagging for these things. So how you can do this thing? So using this table, I want to take these columns in a separate form. I'm creating a separate product table. So I create a duplicate of this first. And now in this duplicate table, I keep only the required columns. So my required columns are product related columns, product category, product subcategory, product name, and product unit price. So I need only these columns, the rest I want to remove. Right click and remove other columns. Here you go, right? Now, based on this unit price, I need a separate column. So for that, you can just go to conditional column. This is my column name. It's like a if-else functionality, or you can say like in SQL we use case statement, case when statement. It's like that. But the good thing is you don't need to write any script, any logic for it. It's all based on the just drag drops, right? Or based on the clicks, ready-made functionality. So you are creating a new column, price type, based on a condition, and that condition is if your unit price, I would say if your unit price is less than or equal to 500, means if product unit price is less than 500, then we call it's type C. And another clause, else if unit price is less than or equal to, I would say 1000, not 1000, 5000, then it's a type B product. And if you want to add another condition here, if your unit price is greater than 5000, then it's a type A. Right? But there is a possibility, like you may have some, although you will not have any other scenario, any other case except these three, but in case if there is any other value comes, or any, I would say any blank or anything comes, so that value you want to replace by in the else section. If any other price you have other than these three categories, then that should come as other. Means just a else part you can define. It's optional. If you want, you can leave it blank as well. And just click OK. Here you go. Your conditional column has been created, and it's your text type of column. Now, if you see, wherever you see unit price is less than 500, you see it's type C. When you see product prices in between 500 to 5000, that's type B. And when you see price is more than $5,000, it's a type A. Correct? So you quickly created a conditional column without writing any script, without writing any code for it. Right? So this functionality you have conditional column. Now, behind the scene, when you created this conditional column, behind the scene, Power BI has written a M script for it. If you want to see that, just go Advanced Editor, scroll it down, and you can see here, this is the script written by Power BI. Correct? So the good thing is we are not writing it. Behind the scene, Power BI is writing this one for us. We are just using these UI functionalities, in-built functionalities. Correct? In case if you want to do some customization or if you want something else, then we have a different approach for that. We can use the DAX. Through that, we can make more tweaks in it. We can make some more customization depending on our need. All right. So this is all what I applied the transformation. Now let's say I want to load this data. So I just click on close and apply button. And now this data, whatever the changes I made in my tables, everything will get applied now in the Power BI desktop. In Power BI desktop, you see I don't have rest of the tables because rest of the tables were in the RAM in Power Query editor only. When I hit that close and apply, now Power BI will start bringing all these tables data in, I would say, into the Power BI desktop. You can see all this data is loaded here. All right.
In this assignment, we will be targeting Power Query. So we will be getting an introduction towards how to use Power Query, the benefits of it, and make an audit dashboard on this transportation corporation data. Okay. So this is assignment that we'll be covering as part of this session. So to start on, I will set the prerequisites. So here, every load, that a truck carries, every load. So each transaction here is a trip, right? So it has a source city, destination city, and arrival time, all that. Fine. So it has also a auditing mechanism. Like each trip should cover certain checkpoints. While a truck is going from destination source A to destination B, it should cover some checkpoints in this course of journey, say like 4 checkpoints, 5 checkpoints. So there would be some checkpoints where it has to get filled, fuel, and then refreshments, driver change. So there would be some compliance stuff that a truck driver should take care of. Okay, so here the data is recorded at a transaction level, I mean at a trip level. So how many checkpoints each of this trip has covered. Okay, so here we can see the data, checkpoints. Okay, how many checkpoints have been covered, but how many checkpoints were assigned for each of this trip, each of this trip ID. Say like for suppose this trip, okay, this trip for this customer from this source to this destination. So how many checkpoints were assigned? Okay, now it says that we have 10 checkpoints were covered, but were there 10 checkpoints? Did it cover all the checkpoints assigned to that or not? For that, we have to get data from a online system. So now we will connect to a RDBMS data source. This is the time we will now connect to an RDBMS data source. So for that, I'll be getting data from SQL server hosted on cloud, which is Azure. Okay, so I'll pull data from Azure service. So because that recording happens online, so to their centralized system. So when a truck passes through a checkpoint, that information will be sent to that centralized system. So that is being recorded on Azure. So Azure is nothing but SQL server on cloud. Okay. So I will quickly first log into my, I have set up that thing. So this is as good as connecting to a SQL server database or an Oracle database. So I'll do a quick login just to get the server credentials where the database is hosted. One can easily set up Azure portal access. It's no big deal. So it's free. They'll give some credit for some time. Okay, so you can try out. You can set up a database. See, that is a free credit that I have, which is showing here. Okay, so I'm utilizing that. I'm on free trial now on this. So this is a database that has been set up. Okay, so that the one you saw earlier was a dashboard. See, this is a server name. So all I need is this server name. Okay, then I can access the database. So this is a database, Lands Transport Corp. So this is a database name. It got that centralized system tracking data of checkpoints. Okay, so I'll select Azure, click on Azure SQL database, connect. So I have to give server name here, the one just I copied. Okay, so this is a server name which is on Azure. Okay, so here now when you get data from Azure service, you have two options. Either you can directly import the data into your system, or you can run it as direct query. So these options will be there only for non-files data. So for files, always it is import. If you are getting data from a non-file, then yeah, so you have that option of directly linking it. So nothing will be stored in the analysis file. So it will have only reference points, as and then the analysis gets loaded or refreshed, so data will be brought from the live system. So that is direct query. Import is data is directly embedded into this analytics file. Okay, so when we are connecting to RDBMS data points, data sources, we also have an option to write SQL statements here. So this is a panel where we write SQL statements, set command timeout. There are some of the advanced properties that we got here. Okay, so right now I will import the data, okay, into the system, and so I'll click OK. So you might be getting doubt. I said all files will be directly imported. There is no direct query option. What if the data changes in the file? All you have to do is make sure that file is in the right place where supposed to be, and click refresh here. The latest data in the file will get loaded automatically into the Power BI analysis. But unless you click refresh, latest data will not reflect if it is file. Okay, so this is the database, this is a server, this is a database. In database I have these two tables, checkpoints and checkpoint points. I'll pull these two tables into Power BI analysis. Okay, this is a different way of getting data in the system. This is real-time data. Once I get that here, I'll tell you the model. It's loading the data into the analysis. Okay, so here we go. So we got checkpoints. So checkpoints are, you know, the actual designated halts. Suppose vehicle supposed to stop there. So these checkpoints have, there's some names and then the IDs, then the flags like information like they have fuel station, they have refreshments, it's an interchange point, they have warehouse, the service center, and it's active, the checkpoint is active at the moment or not. So this is checkpoint information. Then we have a many to many mapping relation table, checkpoint trips. So these are two tables that we got from Azure database. So this will map trip ID to checkpoint ID. This is many to many. A trip will have multiple checkpoints. Multiple trips can pass through a checkpoint. Okay, so this is a relation how it is created this table. So it will do the mapping. It will see the trip ID and it will check whether if the trip has crossed the checkpoint, it will make an entry into this table. Okay. So now we'll go to relations. We'll understand the relations here. We'll spend some time in understanding these relations. If the key namings are correct, if they have correct key names, then the relations are automatically created. Okay. So if you can see here, so these two tables, categories and shippers, that we got from open data. Yeah, Northwind open data. So these two tables we got from Azure. So you can see these are the checkpoints, and these checkpoints are linked to our actual data with this many to many link table. Okay, so what it will do, it will join trip ID to this trip ID and checkpoint ID to checkpoint ID. So you open this relation just to check out. You see here checkpoint trip ID is mapped to trip ID in trips, and here
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Checkpoint ID in checkpoint table is mapped to checkpoint ID in trips. So this is a, and you see here, this is many to one. So this is many to one, and this is here many to many. So the actual many to many relation is established here. So you can see this is one to many, and this is also from one to many. So the many to many established relation is broken down into a link table, the help of link table here. Okay, so this is a kind of normalization. It's called fourth normalization. Okay, so that's how a data model is created. Remember this, this is a reference table that we created just on the fly to create buckets. Yeah, so we don't need to link this table to any existing tables here. Okay, uh, so now we have this. So another important thing that I want to mention here is table as cross filter direction as both. When you set this feature, that cross filter direction can apply to both. Okay, it means that if you filter by checkpoints, if you want to see per checkpoint how many trips have been covered, yes, you can see for checkpoint how many trips were covered, you can see. At the same way, per trip how many checkpoints were covered, yes, you can see that. So this is both way, filter can work in both ways relations. So that's why we actually by default also all the relations gets created in bidirectional. So these are bidirectional relations. This is different. This is nothing to do with this link, this one to many, many to many. This is the cardinality actually. So the thing I am telling you about is bidirectional filtering. So that is like per checkpoint I want to see how many trips were passed from that checkpoint in a day or in a year, that I can do. So from here to here filtering. The same way per trip how many checkpoints were covered from here to here. So that is bidirectional relation filtering. Okay. So that is possible with Power BI. You can click manage relations and view all the relations at a time, whatever the relations are there. Okay. And yeah, now it's the time to get into Power Query. So these assignments were targeted to cover Power Query basics. Okay. So Power Query here can be browsed by clicking on this edit query. So if you click on this edit query, it will open a panel. Yeah, this is a panel where we actually do Power Query stuff. Okay. Yeah, you see this, all the tables will reflect here. Okay, it has bunch of options like transformation, so like column formattings. Yeah, here in this first panel we do a lot of column formattings, transformations, edit column transformations, column level, table level transformations, column level transformations. So you can do lot of data modeling stuff. This is different from DAX. Okay, so this is different from DAX. So this is Power Query. So in everything you write here is M, is also called as M. Okay, we don't actually write anything at least in this assignment. So we will actually use all these options that are available here in this transformations panel. Okay. The first thing is if you want to modify any existing data source pointer, so we have like data coming from Excel sheet. Maybe if the path has changed, yes, you can change the source again. You can select the relevant path, or the credentials has changed, or the link URL has changed. You can. So in this analytics, we are getting data from 3 different sources. All the sources we can see here. We can set permissions. We can do things around changing the data source properties. Okay, I'll do a basic transformation. So what I'll do, we have some inbuilt intelligence options here. So I will extract from ship date, I'll go to transformations, and in date transformations I'll take a week of the year. What is a week of the year? So I just click on that. So you check out what happens. So ship date now is created as week of the year. Okay, So this is now changed. Ship date is now changed into week of year. Okay, so maybe this is not how I want to do the transformation. So the good thing here is, so any transformation that you apply on a table, any transformation that gets applied on a table can be viewed here. All steps will be listed here. Okay, so if you don't want that calculation to take place, you can simply uncheck that, and take that transformation out. Okay, so we have that options here. We can set the data type here on the fly. We have all data type options. We can filter the data that we don't want. Okay, so extract, we can do extraction. Okay, now what I will do, I will duplicate this column. I will do what? I will duplicate this column. So for that we have an option format where in home, keep row split. Yeah, so this is copy of ship date, and this copy I will only show week of year. Okay, so now I got this as a new column. That's what I was looking at in the first place. You see, it gets added as a new column, week of the year. So we need to go to add column panel. We need to go to add column panel, not here. In the transformations, it will do transformation of the existing column. Yeah, that's not how I wanted to show. Yeah, so that's one way of doing it. We don't want to show the column in the current format. We want to flip it altogether to a new format. We can do this. Now here I added as a column, so I extracted. So this is not DAX. Okay, remember, this is not DAX. So this is like, you can see here, transformations, go home and choose advanced editor. So it will just show you. So this is the Power Query language here. So you can see here, so this is add column, week of year. It is extracting and adding as a column. Okay, so that is a step again that we see here. We will simply name it as shipping week. And in addition to that, see, just like number on when you represent it on a visualization will not make much sense. So what I will do, I will do a little transformations, further transformations. What I will do, I will format, add prefix. Prefix would be week. Okay, yeah, this looks neat. Now save this. So we will cover more these transformations more. For now, I just wanted to show the overall view, how it looks. We got transformations. We can directly apply on the tables. We can add columns with functions. So all the steps that we do will be listed here. At any point in time, we don't want certain steps, we can remove them. And once we are done with this Power Query thing, we need to click this, close and apply. Or apply. So then that will reflect into our actual development environment. Okay, so where we have reports, tables and relations. We just came out of query window now, Power Query window. Now you go to tables, check out trips. On trips we should find this. So if you click on this column, you don't actually see any formula here. You click on this, you will see a formula here, because this column is created by DAX. So this is a DAX formula. But if you click on this, it's nothing you see here, because this is created by Power Query. Okay, we can do much advanced things with Power Query. We'll discuss that. Okay, now let's build a new dashboard. Call it checkpoint analysis. So I will now show you that many to many bidirectional filter, how it actually works, and all that things. So I will first do what? I will first get destination city. Okay, there I have destination city. I will change it to a side by side stack bar. On this, I will show first how many checkpoints each trip has crossed. So checkpoints, yeah. So yeah.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customer says about the course.
Who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
The aggregated number of trips were crossing these checkpoints in these cities, these cities. Now I want to compare. I want to do a comparative study, like how many were actually intended to be covered. So what I'll do, I'll go to that table where we had many to many relations, so checkpoint IDs. So these checkpoint IDs I will pull into this bar diagram. Count of checkpoint IDs. Yeah, so count of checkpoint IDs. So this is my target. This is my target. So this would be on trip per city. Okay, per city per trip. So we are adding all those checkpoints at a trip level. So that's why count. Here we don't need to add. So at a trip level, okay, because at a trip level this is already added and we are seeing the data. So at a trip level we have this information, like this trip ID has covered 7 checkpoints. But if you actually go to that table, then we see that trip ID. If you map that trip ID, and we will see how many checkpoints were covered. So that count is what we are getting here, count of checkpoint ID. So this is a target. So this is, you can rename to make it more readable. Target checkpoint ID. So these are the targets that need to be covered. Yeah. Okay. So this is actual checkpoints that are covered and count of targeted checkpoints. So this is the variation. So you can see here, most of the states that is meeting. Okay. So but here if you see, in some states, target checkpoints are more than the actual covered, and in some states more checkpoints were covered than they assigned, so more delay in the delivery. So these are the states where trucks are heavily getting broken or halted or stopped. That's why they are covering more checkpoints than the intended actual. Here this is a perfect. In this destination city, all the vehicles going towards this destination city are perfectly adhering to the compliance of the checkpoints. Okay, so that like that we can do comparative study of this is a kind of auditing dashboard. Okay, now we will do a actual view here. We will see the transactional view. So for that I will pull a table visualization, and in the table visualization I will select fields like the trip ID, actual trip ID. Just click select on that trip ID. Okay, then we have customer, origin city, destination city, targeted ship days, trip type, and some more fields from other tables like shipper, category, and finally the auditing information. So how many checkpoints this trip has covered and how many were intended to be covered. So this target should be shown as count. Okay, there you go. So we have this detailed visualization. See, it has an intelligence to put up total line for numeric columns. Here it doesn't make much sense. So what I'll do, I can take that out. General, we can take out totals bar. Okay, now we can see in detail this data. We click on particular destination city. The data related to all the destination city will be visible here. A single click, ascending, descending, sorting. You can do sorting also on this data. Okay, so this is a detailed view. We can put details views like this with table visualization. But the thing is, right now at the moment, table visualizations doesn't support row level selection. You can't select a row in this table visualization. That's not possible. You can select that only on bar charts or any other visualizations. Selection within a table visualization is not possible. Only overall filters will work. Okay, I'll put one more filter. So this time I will do aggregated study, not like a transactional study. So for that I have to go for matrix. So get matrix here, matrix, and in this matrix what all I'll pull. First I'll get the trip type. Per trip type we have domestic, intercom and international, and players in this each category. In each category we have, okay, all three players are uh, doing business in every category. Okay, and then we will put categories also. Yeah, so these are the categories within each. Now on this I will put checkpoint adherence, like, so actual checkpoints, values would be checkpoints, and then go to this and get targeted checkpoints. See, so we have totals, subtotals for each level. Automatically they have come up here, and we have data like this. What we can do, we can actually put this trip type in columns and can view data like this also. Per within domestic, how is the variance? Let's, before doing that, do some formal arrangement of columns. Yeah, then get this into column. So this is a normal mat. Generally in Excel also we compose, right? We have some options. We have some nice formatting options that are available here. Like you can go and change the style of this matrix. For example, this I like, and we have also like this black header and just flashy rows. Yeah, this is good. Okay, okay, fine. We can add one more column onto this. We can put by origin state. It's okay. Yeah, this visualization is good. So now we do what? Now we remember we have extracted week numbers. We'll see this trend by week. This compilance, how they are adhering to the compliance by week wise. So instead of destination city, I will use the column that I created, the new column. Where is it? Shipping week. This is week wise adherence. We will split this into line chart. Okay, so the adherence is good. So we see always the number of checkpoints covered are never going down below. So here in some weeks we see lot of variance. For some weeks the difference is more, so the compliance is less. Okay, and some weeks they are uh, aligning to each other, so where the compliance is good. So like that we can understand. See, one more thing I want to show in this modeling is, we don't, in this general modeling, you see your week numbers are not properly sorted. Yeah, so we want to do that sorting. So what we can do, we can select that column, See 1, 10, 11, that's not the way, because it's a text column, right? So that's why it is doing on text-based sorting. So we can do custom sorting. Select week number. Where is week number? Yeah, shipping week. And we also have week of the year, right? Do we have it, or we lost it? If we don't, we will compose it. We have shipping week. Okay, I have directly appended that. Yeah, I have directly appended that. So what I'll do, I'll create a new column. So just to pull week number. So for this, I will write, uh, I'll go to Power Query. I'll not do, I can write a DAX, but that's not what I will do. I'll go to Power Query. I'll add a new column, and from ship date, I will extract week number. So I did this already, but what I did, I got week of the year, but then I selected that and I went to transformation and I prefixed some text. Like in formatting, I prefixed some text. So that's how I got this. Now I'll not do this. I'll keep this column as is, this new column, and I'll use that column for doing custom sorting. See, I could have created that column using DAX also, but this assignment is more often Power Query usage. Okay, so now we have this column. Now this column should get sorted based on this column. How do I do that? Select the column that we are supposed to sort, shipping week. Select that column, go to modeling. In modeling, we already saw how to change data types, categorize them, do a dollar symbol or percentage, these options, right? Formatting and properties. We also have sort option here. Click on this column, we can select. So this is the default sorting happening based on that column. We can change, we can select on what column the sorting should happen. So see here now, week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perfectly sorted. Yeah, based on that column. This is custom sorting. For this, you don't need to go to Power Query. Here that we have it in data modeling. Data modeling, along with adding column or measure, we can do custom sorting also. We have explored all these features in modeling. Okay. We can add new page from here also. Instead of clicking tab, we can add new page here or duplicate existing page. Instead of clicking on visualization, we can click here and add a new visualization and later select what kind of visualization it should be. Yeah, we can add text box images like we do in PowerPoint or Word. Yeah, we can do things like that. You can go and manage relations from here, or we can click here and see all the relations that are there on the table on one go here on this manage relationships window. Okay, so now I completed a proper dashboard analysis. Now in this for this corporation, from the data they have given us, we have constructed a dashboard, overall overview kind of a dashboard, which gives you a brief peek into the data. And then we have built one analysis file for delivery analysis, to do the delivery analysis, then also a checkpoint analysis. Now we'll save this and we'll publish this. Remember, when you're publishing, don't select any data, because it will get saved and published in the same manner. And always be on page 1 while publishing. So now click publish. So it will ask us to sign in. Yeah, I have to do the sign in. Yeah, so I did the authentication. I signed into the application. So now it is asking whether to replace the data set. Yes. And now it is publishing this to the Power BI cloud service. So see, the desktop client is free. Anyone can download this and start building applications and share the file. So when I save this, it actually gets saved as like this, a file. Now when I publish this, this will go and sit on cloud service. So for cloud service, you need to take subscriptions. So those subscriptions are chargeable. So $10 per month right now, but we can set up free trial. We can set up free trial, which is for 60 days. So I am actually using a free trial now. Just we'll get rid of this. So it's going for second authentication. So we just finished authentication here process. So now that DXP, the local DXP, will be published onto this cloud service. Okay. So now we can see all those three panels here, all those three dashboards here. From here, I can specifically pin visualizations onto the dashboard. So remember, we already created dashboard in our first assignment, landscape dashboard. Yeah, we already pinned some visualizations there from our first dashboard. Now I'm pinning from our second and third dashboards. Okay, and this trend line. Pin this trend line also. Okay. Now you go and check out that dashboard. You see more visualizations now here on this panel. They have to stabilize this. It's still not very user friendly arranging the styles here. Okay, so now you see here, this is the dashboard we got now. We can go into full page mode. I look at this dashboard. So now this page is coming from delivery analysis. Now I click this, it will take me to delivery analysis tab here. Yeah, back. Now I have seen this checkpoint analysis. Okay, and now I click on this. I'll go to checkpoint analysis panel. So these are the dashboards that we prepare and deploy onto cloud service. Anybody access to this cloud account can analysis files. We can share them. We can share the dashboards. We can share, and we can also publish. We can embed the copy and we can publish. So we'll start our next assignment 5. So in this assignment we will cover data transformations, more data transformations using Power Query. Okay, and we will be utilizing a new data set for this assignment, which is state university admissions. So I'll give you a little walkthrough of this data. I'll give a brief overview of what this data is. So this is the number of applications received by various universities located in USA. So we have data like the institution ID, institution name, school name, and the university it's affiliated to, number of applications received, the total number of applications received, and then the split by foreign applications, Hispanic, Indian applications, Asian, Black, specific. So race wise, number of applications received in each university in each state. Okay, so this is a main data set, our university applications, and then we have a data set which will give us the information like how many universities are there in each state universities, and how much fund they are receiving, state fund, and how much trust, so the accumulated fund they have with them.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment down your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, per state, and these are the targets. So these are the targets. Number of applications should be received by each state for various years. Okay, so now we are in 2010, so the data is from 2010 to 2016. Okay, so this is a data set that we have. So this data set now I'll take into Power BI. Okay, so this will create another instance of Power BI desktop. So we'll be performing all these transformations using Power Query. I'll close this. So let's get data from the university admissions. Oh, there is a problem here. Okay, so actually what happens when you're trying to access files which are prior to 2007 release, so which has XLS extension, yeah, so we need to have special drivers for that. Yeah, there I go. So now I got 32-bit access drivers, so I'll install them. So actually Power BI also comes in two versions, the 64-bit and 32-bit. Based on the operating system, we will install the 32-bit or 62-bit. So here, see, this is Power BI Desktop 64-bit and this is 32-bit. Okay, I'm putting the access drivers. This will help in reading Excel files prior to 2007 release. So I got these drivers from this website. So you can download from here, access drivers. Just when you click on download, it will ask which version you want. This is 32-bit. If there is no extension mentioned, it's 32-bit. Generally, it would be mentioned as 84 or 86. Not very sure. But for 64-bit, it would be clearly written as 64-bit. Okay, so the installation is over. Let's get back to the file. So you can actually clearly see here the problem, that why it is unable to read that Excel file. Now retry. I'll get the data. So let's get all three sheets into Power BI Desktop. Set tick load. No need to set preview now because we know already what data we are pulling in. Okay, so what is happening is now the data from all the sheets is getting embedded into the system, and table, schema, data model, everything is getting created, detecting relationships. Yeah, so see, now we got all three tables here, and then if there are any relations that will be created. I don't think now we have any relations here. Okay, yeah, let's get back to the data. So we have state-wise target, state-wise universities, and then university applications. Fine. So let's rename them. Give proper names to these tables. State targets. So these are funds, and then applications. Simple name. Okay, so we got applications. We then got targets state-wise, and then we got funds universities wise. I think even this data is at university level, state level, state targets and state funds state wise. Okay, so now after loading this data, so this is the university data, right? Okay, after loading the data, I realized that there are some more applications in a different data sheet. Okay, now I want to get that data as well. Okay, uh, like so here we have university admissions data, right? So actually if you see, there's another file which got charter, as in these are state universities but ran by private organizations. They are under private management, but they get funds from the state. Okay, so here, so they are more accountable. The accountability will be high in such institutions. Fine. So now I have data here. So these are the applications received by charter universities. So I want to take this data into Power BI. So go Excel, take charter applications. So this version is different. XLSX. Earlier was XLS. Yeah, open. Once data is loaded into Power BI, you don't need to bother about which version of Excel we are getting that data from. Okay, now this is a table we got here, charter applications, right? Yeah, so now I don't want to have two data sets separately because both contain same data, same number of columns. Sorry, not same data, same metadata, same number of columns, column formats, everything. Just that we have different data sets. Now I want to append this data set to this. I want to make this as part of this. So what I have to do is get into Power Query, query editor. So we'll start with appending data, and then we'll explore all possible data transformations that we can do on data using this Power Query editor. Okay, so we have applications. This is a table. Now on this table, I want to append charter applications data. So now I select this table. Okay, and go here. So here we have options. So you want to merge queries or append queries. So in our case, it will be append queries. Append works as union in SQL, union all. Okay, so here we have options: append query or append query as new. So it will append that new query and create a new table. No, I don't want to create a new table. I want to append to the existing table. So this table itself. So it's like two tables or more than two. It's just two table. What is the table that you want to append? So this is the current table. Now we are in. For this table, we will be appending charter applications. Okay. Yes, the appending is completed. Close and apply. We'll just verify that. Open this actual admissions file. So how many rows we got here? We have approximately 4K. Yeah, we have approximately 4K records. Now you see here we have 4K. Data didn't get reflect. Okay, actually we have to do refresh from the model. Yeah, so the refresh has finished. So now you can see now the total has increased. It's now reflecting 5000. So earlier it was 4K. Now we have 5K records. So 5K applications. So that additional applications, charter applications, have been appended to this original set. Yeah. Now that we have appended data here, can we delete this? No, we don't need this, right? We can delete this. Can we do that? Try. It will throw an error saying that this cannot be deleted because it is being referenced in another application, in another query applications. Yeah, so actually that is a virtual join, I mean virtual appending. So there is no actual data integration into this table. It still have data on this table, but it has created a bridge. So we need to have this table, but any expression that we write, any function that we write on applications will reflect on both the sets. We'll treat as one single set in applications. Okay, the main table. So we have the entire set of records here in this main table applications. So now I'll do I'll do some text functions. So text functions like, so here you see institution name. This institution name is a combination of university name and state code, CS California. Yeah, so here we have state code also clubbed with institution name. We don't have that column anywhere else in the data set. We don't have that state code again anywhere else. That is essential for us because you see the other two data sets, they are all led by state code. So we need to have that state code separated here. So how? Let's do that here. So select the column and select split columns by delimiter. So how will we split this? So what is a delimiter? I mean, what we can see that each word is separated by space, but every word is separated by space. So I can't split by space. I get a lot of words. So we have advanced features here, advanced settings that we can rely on. So first we select the delimiter, the separator, word separator. In our case, it is a space. Yeah, space is being, and split by what? At the leftmost delimiter, rightmost delimiter, each occurrence. In our case, it happens to be the rightmost delimiter. We can write more delimiters. If you don't have any, we can type the delimiters if it is not available in this list. So okay, so click OK. Now the column gets splitted. Yeah, we have a new column now. Let's rename these columns. Leave this as institution name, and this one state code. And we so this is one of the basic text operations that I have done. So we can do more text operations, like we go and you see the school name. Yeah, school name, it's all in small letters, right? Let's increase the readability of this column. Select this. There are more transformations. In transformations, format, capitalize each word. I like this option. So capitalize each word. See, now it will get camel notation. So anything you do on transformations, you don't need to worry. It will not create any new column or anything. It will replace the data in the existing column. And you can see for every action that we are doing, a new step is getting created. At any point in time, you can move back and check what the data was at this point in time. What was the data at this point? Yeah, you can actually check. If you don't want a particular step, you can get rid of that here. Just click here, it will be cancelled. Okay. We'll come back here. We have more options here, like column level options. We can format text. We can set the type. We can set the data type. We can strong type. We can rename. Fill empty values. You have empty cells. You want to fill with the preceder or the successor, filling down or filling up. Replace pivot. Yeah, we'll come here. We'll come and we'll explore all these options in detail. First, we'll go to other data sets. So here I have state targets, right? Yeah, let's start with state funds. So this table is good, but actually if you see, the column names are not properly aligned here. So I have an option here. So you can go and do use first row as header. Use first row as header, or use headers as first row. So we got this option. So I'll select this use first row as headers. So yeah, there I go. So I have columns here and names, but this is not correct. See, right? See, these are states, but under states I don't have universities, funds, and all. So this data is in flat mode. So I want to transpose this data. Then it becomes meaningful. So I will take this step temporarily out. I'll not do that step. So before doing that, I will do a transpose of this data. So select the table and say transpose. Flip the data. Now it is more readable and more convenient. We can easily do the reporting. We can establish a join between our applications and this table using state code, and we can retrieve state-wise number of universities and the funds they got. So what are the options that you see here in this ribbon? Transform or add column. You can see most of the options here also. Use first row as header. Okay, so this is a valid, proper data table. Best suits for reporting. Let's do similar stuff here in state targets also. Here we have to be little careful here. You see here we have state codes and then state-wise target. So what I have to do is here two operations. See, the first thing is I have to do a pivot of this data. But before doing that, I have to transpose this data, because I want to do pivot year-wise. You will understand that. We will see. First we will do the transpose of this data. So I have state names, state codes, and then years and year-wise targets. Okay. Where did state code go? Okay, so state code will disappear when you do transpose on this kind of data. So before doing transpose, we actually have to take this out. Use header row as a column, as a regular row, header row as a data row, so that states will also be in column, and when I do transpose, they will the state codes will be in a row, and when I do transpose, that row will convert into a column, because only rows will convert into columns, not headers. Okay, when I do transpose, that's when I earlier did transpose, all state codes disappeared. I want to have them. Yeah, so we have state code and year wise targets. Now is the time to make this as header. See why I did transpose. I did transpose because I wanted years here, not state codes. I wanted years. Now I'll go and select all the years. I'll go and select all the years and then do unpivot. You can do unpivot of selected columns, or you can do unpivot of columns that are not selected. So I'll click this. So this all gets unpivot. Now it is a tower. Now it is easy to use. We have state code and year wise targets, but I don't want previous year's targets because I don't need to show them anymore on my dashboard. So I have data only for current year. So let's filter this set. So when I filter this set, the underlying data will also get filtered. So for the reporting purposes, only the data which I select here will be available. It is completely filtered. Okay, so now I select 2006. Now I have data only for 2016. Now that I have latest data only for latest year, I don't need this column anymore. I can remove this column. Yeah, it is possible. So now I have state codes and then targets for that state codes, because my entire data is for current year. The two files that I got, they are for current year. So there's no need of maintaining that unnecessary data. So I can filter and I can ignore. This tool is very powerful. You can do lot many operations like that. Okay, now let's get back to the applications. And now here I don't want to have this as a separate table. The state funds, yeah, let's leave it as a separate table because we have more columns here. Okay, but this has only one column, values. So instead of maintaining this as a separate table, what I will do, I will merge this table into applications. I will merge that into applications. So how will I do? So we'll go to home tab, and here we have an option to merge queries. Merge the existing, which is applications, the master set. So to this I will merge state targets on what, on state code here with the state code here. Remember the state code we extracted from this institution? Yeah, we are using that now. So we are joining these two, and the join that we selected will be left outer. So it will ensure that we will not miss any data from the master data set. So if there are no targets for any state code, then for those states it will show blank, but it will not ignore those states in our main data set, which is very safe. Okay, because we don't want to lose any data from the applications. If that's not the choice, you want only those states where there were targets, then go for inner join, only matching rows. Okay, fine. So safe option, left outer, select that. So that is added. Now you have to select the field that you want. So what I want in this, I want just the value, not the entire table, just the value. Value is the target. I'll rename that column. Okay, so we have a state-wise target appended here. We don't see all the data here. It's just a little preview, but yeah, believe me, that merge is appropriately calculated, applied. Okay, so yeah, so now we finished that. We have more options, like we can uh, choose certain columns that we want, and we can ignore columns that we don't want. We can like remove the columns that just we did in state targets. Keep rows, so we want to remove certain rows from top. So this is data cleaning. This is actual data cleaning. Yeah, data in some terminologies is called data massaging. So yeah, we can sort a column and then group by, and then we do all this stuff. Yeah, let's go. And so in transformation also we have a lot of transformation features, like replacing values. We want to replace it in certain value, we can do that. Pivot, unpivot, yeah, split columns, text operations. Then we have numeric operations. If there is any date, then we can extract time, day, date, week, all that. Yeah, date intelligence, we have that. We'll add column now. We'll explore this tab. We'll add a conditional column to this application table. So in this conditional column, so this is a UI for creating a conditional column. I'll name this as applications status. So what I'll do, I'll create three categories like high, normal and low. High is for more number of applications, low and medium. Okay, so before that, let's check out. So in this I want to just check out uh, applications, total applications that are received here. So this field will give us total number of applications. Okay, total number of applications received from all states. So this I will split by institution ID, and I will see this as a table. So institution ID, actually this is not the correct, so this is institution name. Yeah, so institution name. And let's check out the maximum number and minimum number. Okay, put this as a bar, or I can do better than this. So what I'll do, I will select by institution name, not by institution name, a reference line. For average, I don't think we have an average line here. Okay, let's go for the line, and then we put a average line. Average line, add by count of applications. Okay, so we see this is the average line. Let's show data table for data label for that average line. So average number of applications received in each university across universities. Data label on. Okay. Yeah, so that's somewhere around 16.22. Yeah, so that's 16.22. So that's the average value. Okay, why I wanted that, I will shortly tell you. Okay, let's take this out from here. Get back to the query editor. So now here I will create a new column, conditional column. So in conditional column, status, column name would be total number of applications. So the order of this conditions, is very important, because that's how this gets evaluated. this expression gets evaluated. Okay, so if it is less than or equal to,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Let's hear what our customers says about the course.
who are job seekers or like who are freshers. So if they complete these 3 to 4 projects of this Intellipaat only, so they will definitely get a job. And who are into business only, so it will be really helpful to make the projects. So this is the beauty of the projects of the Intellipaat.
Now, let's continue with the session.
we have total all races less than. If it is less than, say we just check this 20, right, is average, so I'll go and I'll put it as, if it is less than 20, slightly above than average, yeah, we will, it shouldn't be slightly above average. If it is less than 15, low, output should be low. I can actually type a text, or I can select a column. If I want to show any column, yeah, instead of a number I can show that, or I can simply type a value. Next rule, total applications, if it is less than 15. So if so how this gets evaluated, so we don't need to check between a range like 15 to 30 like that. So if a value is, when this calculation happens at a row level, if value is less than 15, then it will show as low. If not, then it will pass to the next statement. So in this next statement I will check if it is less than 50. If it is less than 50, yeah, so this is normal. Number of applications received is normal. Add another rule, if it is not 50, if it is greater than or equal to 50, after reaching here, if it is not below 15, it is not below 50, or I can say now I can put any upper limit here. I don't want to write again less than, I'll just say if it is 50 or more than 50, high. So yeah, that's why this order of evaluation is very important. You can actually move this order up or down, or you can take out a condition. Yeah, so options are there. This is a default option. If nothing is passed, so you want to have one default values, yeah, we can put that here. Okay, so you see that new column has been added here. Okay, so it's like, you can actually check syntax for this. When anything we do in Power Query, what happens actually, a Power M script gets generated. So these are scripts. So we added this additional column, right? This can also be added like this using the function each if. Each if is a function. So each if, then else if. So it has similar syntax to other programming languages. Then last is else null. If nothing is specified in otherwise condition, right? That's why null. So this is a M syntax. So we just added. So here it will show the last operation. We just added the conditional column here. Okay. We have other columns, like most of the times we may want to have one unique identifier for each row. If there are any duplicates, we want to generate a unique identifier. So that is nothing but an index column. Index, you can start it from 0 or we can start it from 0 or 1 or any value that we want, and a unique key will be generated for each row. Sometimes it will be very handy, yeah. And if you want to write a more composite column, custom column, then we can go and write it in M. Using M we can create more complex column, like a date functions. We want to extract days and then add it to another field, compose a new date out of it. Any expression we can write here, and compose custom columns. So these are the transformations that we did. Let's check out. Did we? Yeah. So yeah, most of the transformations we covered. Summary tables. Yeah, let's do the summary tables. So now I have this data, so I want to create a summary table. Like I want to store.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Applications received, actual application received by institution name. By institution name, the number of applications received. So I can do that group by. So if I do group by, this existing table will get modified. Yeah, this existing table gets modified. But that's not what I want to do. So what I have to do, see, let's first do that here once. Okay, group by. So I can do group by institution ID. No, by I want to do by institution name. Institution name, what I want to do, I want to do count of rows. Yeah, this is what exactly I want to see. How many applications received per institution. Okay. No need to select any column here because we are counting rows. So what happens, this existing table gets transformed and a new aggregation table will be placed. See, this entire thing has been replaced. So these are the universities and those are the number of applications received. So there is a new table that got created, but actually this is the existing table got transformed like this. Maybe this is not how I want to do. So what I will do, I will create a duplicate copy of this table. Applications, right click. We have some options here as well. Right click on the table, you get some options. Say duplicate. So this application table gets duplicated. Now this, give a name, applications aggregation. It's still loading. Okay, here it is. I got it. So on this table, I will do aggregation. So before doing that, I don't want to have all these operations. So like adding that conditional column, capitalizing, renaming columns. Yeah, change split columns. Yes, leave it till there. Actually, I don't need split columns also. Split by delivery. Append query. Yes, keep data up to here. On top of this, now go and compose aggregation. Yeah. So this is still referring to this data set. Now on this, I'll do group by institution ID. No, not institution ID, institution name. Okay. So this is an aggregation table, which is part of our data model now. We can make aggregation tables like this. So we have covered most of the transformations that are available in Query Editor. So I got back to Power BI desktop.
Now, coming on to the first question on this list of top Power BI interview questions, let's begin by checking out this. What exactly is self-service BI? Well, self-service BI or self-service business intelligence, right? It is called as SSBI. So you can be asked a question saying what is SSBI as well, and the answer is the same. So it's an approach that we take to perform data analytics, to report the result of these analytics, and to of course complement it with good data visualization that at the end of the day will make sure that a user, a client, or anyone has the ability to actually perform all of these above mentioned tasks and understand it, drive business insights out of it, create dashboards without having to put much effort. One of the most important things that you're supposed to mention whenever you're asked about the SSBI is that the person who's working with this, right, the person who's trying to provide the BI solution, he or she really does not need any sort of technical proficiency or, let's say, a large amount of expertise when it comes to working with reporting, because at the end of the day you'll be making use of a lot of filters that are already available, data manipulation options that are actually put into place to help the user, and you can work with it, you can customize it, and you can have a solution to your business intelligence problem without having to put much effort. That at the end of the day is what makes SSBI special. Now,
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. What area do you go to change and reshape the data in Power BI? A. Data transformation. B. Data editing. C. Question editor. D. Data modeling. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
with this, we can move to question number 2 that states, what is the difference between managed enterprise BI and self-service BI? Whenever we talk about the managed enterprise BI, right, the data flow there is a little unordered. So there is no structured way that the data flows. But in the case of self-service BI, the data is via an ordered flow. And with this unordered data and ordered data flow of the difference that we have in between managed enterprise and self-service BI, it affects a lot in the second point as well. That is efficiency. So when we're talking about efficiency, right, since we're ingesting unordered data, since you're bringing unordered data into the pipeline, it means that it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to take a lot of effort, and it's going to take a lot of pre-processing as well in the case of managed enterprise. But in the case of self-service BI, since the data itself is coming in a structured way, in an ordered way, the process can go on in such a way that the process methodologies and the models can actually start working on the data rather than having to spending a lot of time worrying on how the data is coming, what order is it coming in, and working with it as well. So coming on to programming skills, when you talk about managed enterprise, right, here is where you will require training, proficiency, and working knowledge of how the BI tool works, because at the end of the day here you'll be making use of complex programming skills, and this comes by practice. You can be taught a lot of things, but at the end of the day, practical experience and hands-on experience in the production environment matters a lot for managed enterprise BIs. But when you contrast it to the self-service BI, here is where the code is really simple. At the end of the day, you will not require much of code at all. A beginner, a person who is uninitiated in the field of BI can actually get started and work on providing a decent enough solution, business intelligence solution, of course, without having to put much effort into it. So it's small code that has a large effect on the program or the outcome or the goal in discussion as well. So this is the simple differences that lie in between a managed enterprise business intelligence tool and a self-service business intelligence tool. So question number 3, it states, why are you interested in Power BI? What makes you think that Power BI would be a great career option? There is a very good chance your interview can start with this question itself. So to go on to approach this question, understand it first. The first part of it says, why are you interested in Power BI? Here you can approach it in two ways. One, you can tell your inclinations of why you like Power BI or how you've solved a problem before and how you're planning to solve a problem using that as well. But there's another approach that you can take is tell why Power BI is something that you have to prefer. Because if the interviewer is expecting an answer saying why Power BI, why not other BI tools, then you can go on to talk about the advantages of BI. For example, talk about the advantages of Power BI. For example, Power BI makes use of a cloud-based data reporting tool. It's an amazingly easy to use visualization tool backed by Microsoft. It provides everything that's needed to perform data handling and data reporting as well. And it's just not that. After the report generation has been done, dashboards have been created. You can share it across the globe easily, be it in your workspace, be it to someone else, be it online, whatever it is. So this one particular aspect of easily being able to finish your task and share it, of course, is what makes Power BI very, very efficient and very popular among all the business users out there. Because let's face it, at the end of the day, less work, better efficiency is something that all the businesses would definitely like to enforce, and this does just that. So with this, it's a win-win-win, right? So that's one of the reasons of why you should be thinking towards answering it this way. Second part of the question says, what makes you think that Power BI would be a great career option? Well, business intelligence is in demand everywhere right now, right? There are hundreds of thousands of businesses across the globe where everyone wants an analyst, everyone wants a solution to the problem that they have. A BI analyst will fit in 99.9% of the business companies out there. Now, in that case, considering that it is a trending career, it is among the top 10 roles to have in the next decade. And of course, this decade as well, it makes it a no-brainer that you guys would love to jump on the trend, make full use out of it, and provide effective solutions to the problems we have in the world of business today. So, moving on to the fourth question, it states mention the important features of Power BI. Well, as you might already know it now that you're on the video here, Power BI has many features, right? So you can probably talk 20 minutes just about the features of Power BI, but then do read the room. Understand what the interviewer is expecting. Is he or she expecting a concise and a small answer, or is he or she expecting you to elaborate on it? Or whatever the case, at least make sure you mention four of the important features. See, for example, Power BI is used to transform data into beautiful looking visualization and aesthetic presentation and helps you share it very easily. First point. The second point is that you can have the ability to bring in data from multiple sources, in fact, perform a quick analysis even before you work on it, have an all-in-one view of it as well. Coming on to point number 3. Point number 3 talks about how you can scale your data, how you can scale your solutions right from the startups all the way till the established organizations out there, be it governance, be it security, be it military, whatever it is. The span of Power BI is as good as the implementation itself. So at the end of the day, when you're thinking about it, you can span it anywhere you want. And then fourth point, once an output is basically generated, what happens in the case of Power BI is that users have the capability to actually scale these and show it in multiple devices at the same time if it supports the Power BI application as well. If you want to show the output on your phone, yes, possible. Laptop, yes. Have it on the cloud, yes. Put it on a website, yes. So there's many things that you can do with Power BI if there is support to do it as well. And the support for Power BI from Microsoft is of course really good. So these are some of the very important points, right? But then when you have to try to showcase that you know a little bit more about Power BI, you can talk about the NLP capabilities of Power BI. You can talk about Power BI Q&A, which of course we'll discuss in the next couple of questions on how, of course, user can make use of queries on reporting by not really having to use complex programming languages or let's say complex querying techniques to work with the database as well. So there's many things. But as I mentioned, make sure to talk about the top 4 or 5 features of Power BI. Now with this, moving on to the fifth question, it states, is Power BI free to use? The answer is yes. Users can actually make use of Power BI for free in case if you have had practical experience using it. Well, but the best of the best features of Power BI can be availed with the Pro subscription that costs a little bit of money. Of course, this can be purchased from the Microsoft Store or through the application itself. It's a subscription-based application where you can actually go on to use enhanced features of already existing feature set that's provided with the free account. So if the basic features and functionalities work good enough for you to solve your problem, then perfect. If not, if there is a requirement for let's say more ease of use, or let's say there is a requirement for more powerful filters or whatever it is, then considering a Pro account or a Pro subscription definitely adds a lot of value. Because what most business users do is they have a subscribed account where it provides a lot more features. See, for example, instant data refreshes by the day, and many other powerful solutions which are missed in the free version. It is totally understandable, but do know that Power BI Pro subscription makes Power BI pack a huge punch. It's a very powerful tool, even in its free form, but once you go paid, once you go all in, it's a beautiful app to work with as well. So make sure to answer it this way. Coming on to question number 6, it states, what are the versions of Power BI? See, Power BI versions, you really don't have to talk about the version number and all of that when you ask this question, but talk about how Power BI is basically divided, right? See, it's a tool that brings a lot of flexibility when you talk about data reporting, handling, and working with it and whatnot. So, to complement all of these, to leverage the power of Power BI and make the full use out of it, it is divided into multiple versions. We have the Power BI Desktop, which is basically used as an on-premise software for Windows 10 or any other Windows for that matter. matter. And then we have the Power BI services, which are used for publishing and pushing the reports to the cloud directly. And then we have the mobile Power BI, where we try to cater solutions via the mobile operating systems as well, be it iOS, be it Android, and more. So these are the three important versions that you should mention when you ask this question. It's Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, and of course Power BI Mobile or Mobile Power BI. Now, with this, we can move on to the 7th question that states, what is Power BI Desktop? This can be a follow-up to the last question as well. So Power BI Desktop is actually a Windows-based application that is used for personal computers. It is used for laptops. It is used for microcomputers. That is basically used, to design dashboards, to generate reports, and to publish them to the cloud at the end of the day. And finding the most native way to do it in the Windows operating system is what Power BI helps us to do. So by making use of Power BI on PCs, right, a full-fledged environment is actually not even required to work with. If you have a basic machine that has the capability to run Power BI, then it's more than sufficient that you start working with it. For example, for some features, right, you will not even require being connected to the internet as well. So if you have to work offline, then of course you can do it. But then if you have to publish it to the cloud or share it with colleagues, then of course there is the requirement for internet, but I'm sure you already know that. Now, when you're thinking about how easy it is to get started with Power BI Desktop, well, you can jump right in, check out some samples out there as well, and begin working to learn, or let's say explore around Power BI without having any prior experience using the tool as well. So that's one of the big advantages of making use of Power BI Desktop. You can get right in, get your hands messy, and see what you can come up with as well. Now, moving on to the 8th question, it states, what are the major components of Power BI? Power BI has 5 very important components that you have to talk about. One is the Power Pivot, where we talk about how we can fetch the data, clean the data, and load it onto what we call as Power Query. Power Query is used in between the user interaction between the data that is present and how we interact with it based on a lot of features, programming sets, and for example, operations such as loading the data, pulling the data, cleaning the data, and a lot more. And of course, Power QA is basically to interact with the reports that we generate from the data, and this is done by using simple language as well. And then we have the Power View. The Power View is basically used to create a lot of charts, graphs, maps, and many other types of visuals that we can use to aesthetically present the data in the form of a good dashboard or great report as well. And lastly, we have Power Map. Power Map will make sure that we can have the processing power of global icons on the screen, where we're trying to depict or show the processing of accurate geographical locations that are present in the data sets. For example, sales figures in a particular country, support operations in another part of the world. A lot more that you can do with Power Map. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention the 5 different components of Power BI. That's Power Map, Power Q&A, Power Query, Power View, and of course Power Pivot. So with this, we can check out the 9th question that states, what is the purpose of the Get Data icon in Power BI? This is a very commonly asked question, but then it has a very simple solution. The Get Data icon, as the name suggests, is actually used to ingest all the data into your Power BI dashboard or your working environment. You can have Excel files, you can have XML files, be it JSON, PDF, SharePoint, CSV files, a lot of other files that you can directly ingest into your program, or in fact into your working environment with just 1 or 2 clicks. That is how simple it is, and we use that icon for this purposes, right? So in case if you have databases such as SQL Server Analytics Services, you have Oracle, IBM, MySQL, Access, Microsoft Access, of course, and lot more that you can start pulling in and check out what data sets are supported by Power BI, how you can pull it in, and how you can make full use out of it with 1 or 2 clicks as well. That's the specialty of this particular button. Now, if you're wondering about pulling data from the cloud directly, the answer is yes. You can directly hook up your Power BI into Microsoft Azure network and multiple other cloud platforms as well. And through this button, through this icon, you will find all the options and all the things that are required to pull all the data and bring it into your working environment easily. That's the advantage of Power BI. Now, moving on to the 10th question, it states, how can we filter the data we ingested in Power BI? Well, data filtering is something that Power BI is definitely known for. It's popular for. What happens here is that data can be filtered by making use of a lot of filters that are already present, in fact, implicitly. So you really don't have to explicitly start working on it. If you program your Power BI to do it automatically for you, it has the capability to do it. But then when we talk about the filters, right, there are three important types of filters in Power BI that we have. One we call as the drill through filters, second we have the page level filters, and third we have the report level filters. When we talk about the drill through filters, what we're trying to do here is that, especially in Power BI desktop, users can go on to create a page where their report is present, but then there are many things on a report that can get confusing, right? But with the drill through filter, as the name suggests, we're trying to drill through to the specific requirements that we have. Let's say you're talking about a manufacturing pipeline. Here you can go on to concentrate with suppliers, concentrate about customers, manufacturers, the graphs that are involved behind it, how these values are changing with respect to time, and a lot more. So to hone in on that particular requirement that we have to focus on, that is where drill through filters come into the picture. And then we have the page level filters. Page level filters where we try to filter out via each individual page, as the name suggests, pretty simple. And then we have the report level filters. Again, here we try to simultaneously filter all of the charts that are present in all of the pages of a single report. So one report can have multiple pages. If a page has to be filtered, we can use page level filters. If the reports have to be filtered, we have report level filters. But at the end of the day, if you have to get into a particular report, a particular page of that report, then perform some focus analysis on it, then you have the drill through filters. So make sure to answer this in a clear and a concise way. Now, coming on to question number 11. Question number 11 states, where is data stored in Power BI? Well, when data gets ingested into the Power BI environment, it gets stored into two types of tables. One is we have the fact table, and the other we have the dimension tables. So what happens in the case of fact tables is that we have a central table in the schema, what we call as the star schema. You might know it if you have worked on data warehousing. So a fact table will consider and store all of the quantitative information that is required for us to perform analytics. But one very important thing that you have to mention about fact tables is that the data is not normalized in the case of fact tables. So make sure to mention that. Now, when we talk about the dimension tables, right? Dimension tables on the other hand also make use of a star schema, but here what we're trying to do is we're trying to store the metadata of the data as well. So think about storing attributes, think about storing dimensions, think about storing things that actually describe the data or describe the objects that are present in our previous fact table where the data is actually stored. Fact table is where we have the data. Dimension table is where we express and talk more about the data. Think of it that way. So when you ask this question about where the data is stored, make sure you talk about fact tables and make sure you talk about dimensional tables, and of course state how each of these work as well. So moving on to the 12th question, it says, what are content packs? Well, content packs are again one of the most important things in the world of Power BI, because this is where we can package reports, dashboards, data set, share it with other people very easily. Because one thing about a content pack is that whenever you head to a website, right, your portal, the Power BI portal, here you can merge your workspace list. Here you can check out all your reports, check out all your dashboards without having to put much effort into it. But then when you have to stress a little bit about content packs, right? So what it mainly does is it provides limited access or complete access to certain charts, certain lists, certain pages, and certain reports based on your organization structure. So if you want to deny access or authorize access to some people, you can do that. The second thing is that you can customize it with a title, give it a little description, and make sure that the user or the person who's seeing the reports or the dashboard has the ability to pick what's required and leave what's not required. So with content packs, that can be done. And of course, we have the next point, which talks about how users can have access and create new dashboard from the content pack itself, rather than having to open up the tool again and working with it hands on. So these three features form to be one of the most notable features of content packs. And at the end of the day, whenever you talk about content packs, know one thing, this is a topic where you can definitely stress on and talk about for 5 to 10 minutes straight, but then there is a very good chance that the interviewer is expecting a clear and a concise answer. So make sure you keep it that way.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now with this, we can check out the 13th question that states, what are the different views in Power BI desktop? Well, there are three different views in Power BI that you're supposed to know about, and each of these view has its own unique purpose. For example, we have the report view. In the report view, what we're trying to do is we're trying to add visualizations, add multiple report pages, add multiple reports, and see how we can publish it right then and there from the Power BI desktop. So this is the report view where we can actually have a full scale view of what's going on. Then we have the data view. Data view is where we perform operations such as data pre-processing, data shaping, and all of these by making use of the query editor tools. So this is data view. And then we have the third different view in Power BI. This is basically the relationship view. The relationship view is used to actually show and manage the relationships that are present in the data sets that we are working with currently as well. So each of these view, as you can see, a relationship view gives the ability for us to manage relationships. Data view gives us a header through which we can work with the query editor tools, and we have the report view where we can add visualizations and work with the report directly as well. So as you can see, these are three different views that do three different things as well. So it is very important that you answer it this way. Now with this, we can check out the 14th question that states, what is row level security? This is a very important question, so make sure to concentrate. So a low level security, basically what it does, it means that it is trying to restrict the data that a user can actually access, the user can view and work with it by making use of certain set of filters that come built in Power BI. So to configure this and to begin working with row level security, all you have to do is you have to configure and put into place certain rows, and of course certain roles, and of course certain rules as well, because in Power BI this is very easy to do, and these rules and roles that you provide is applicable as soon as you push it to the Power BI service as well. Let's say if you have to put it to the cloud, put it to a website, Power BI mobile, whatever it is. So there is a function here what we call as the username function. This is used along with the table relationships to see which user has access to what kind of data in the data set as well. So if you're the current user working on it, this function can actually show what restrictions are applicable to the current data. Now, when you're thinking about enabling row level security, right, one important thing that you have to know about is to do this, you require the Power BI Pro subscription. So this cannot be done in the free subscription, but then Excel sheets can of course be used wherever it's being converted to the PBIX file format, which is the Power BI index format as well. So make sure you talk about how the Power BI Pro subscription is needed, how it works, how you can configure, and how you can use the username function to actually showcase the relationship between the data access and the current user who's using it as well. Now, moving on to the 15th question, it says, what is DAX and what are the benefits of making use of variables in DAX? DAX is an acronym for data analysis expressions, and this is one of the most important things in Power BI because this is what we use to query and return all of the data by making use of table expressions in Power BI. So it's actually a language. Think of it like SQL, where we're actually trying to use formulas, where we're trying to perform basic calculations, where we're trying to perform data analysis on all the data that's present in Power Pivot. But then we're not trying to talk about the data directly, but then we're trying to see how we can work with the data. Hence, this is where it differs from your query language. It's used to compute your columns, calculated fields, your measures. You can do a lot with DAX. At the end of the day, what you cannot do is you cannot insert or modify the data. But then apart from that, since your data is already ingested from multiple sources, working with it, performing analytics on it, and then driving results out of it is very easy, and that's the primary purpose of DAX. So what are some of the benefits of making use of DAX, right? See, when you're using variables in DAX, what happens is that every variable that we use in DAX can be reusable. So here, you will really not have to write multiple queries to get a lot done. Small amount of queries can do a lot to your source database. And at the end of the day, variables are these entities that makes DAX expressions understandable by us. So keeping it high level, keeping it simple, ensuring reusability is set makes our job very easy when we work with DAX or data analysis expressions as well. So when you ask this question, make sure to provide the answer in a clean and a crisp way. Now, coming on to the 16th question. The 16th question states, what is bidirectional cross-filtering in Power BI? Well, BCF, as we call it in short, or bidirectional cross-filtering, is actually used to allow the data modelers to make sure that they can use filters the way they want to control the relationship between tables. as the name suggests, it's bidirectional, right? So we'll have a secondary table here, on the other side of the actual primary table relationship, where we propagate the data on the filter context from the first one to the second one. This is done to make sure that you really don't have to use any sort of complex DAX formulas or any complex data modeling entities that will help you solve the relationship, what happens whenever we discuss about many to many problems, and to avoid the ability of actually going to mix up the data or messing up the relationship in the table as well. So with this cross filtering, we are trying to use multiple tables again to make sure we determine the relationship and then work with it. So what this does is it simplifies the job for data modelers whenever they have to work with the many to many problem, and simplify on how data can be used, pre-processed, analyzed, and of course at the end of the day documented and published in the required formats as per the client's requirement or as per the goal as well. So this is what bidirectional cross filtering is. Coming on to the 17th question, it is how are relationships defined in Power BI Desktop? Well, one thing you should know about Power BI Desktop is that there is no null values, there is no duplicate rows, and there are relationships in between tables that can be defined in more than one way. So what are these ways? We have two things. One is we can do it manually. The second thing is we can make use of the auto detect feature for this. If we have to do it manually, if you have to define the relationships manually, then the user can go on to use the key structure, where you can use primary keys, where you can use foreign keys, map the data, and then work with it. But then if you have to make use of the auto detect feature, right? With the auto detect feature, if we have this enabled, Power BI has the capability to actually understand the relationships in between tables and then map the relationships for us automatically. Sometimes it does it right, but then sometimes it's a minor case where one or two relationships can get a little twitchy and messed up. In that case, of course, you can manually go in and fix it, but do understand that it's very powerful. It knows what it does, and 95% of the time it has the capability to detect it automatically and split out and create the relationships that we want in the case of Power BI as well. So with that, Power BI is something that offers a lot for a lot less effort that we put into it actually. Now, moving on to the 18th question, it says, what is advanced editor in Power BI? Well, advanced editor, as the name suggests, is where we try to see the query that Power BI uses whenever we go on to import the data. The query is actually written in a language what we call as the Power Query formula language, or in short it's called as the M code. So to view our particular query code, right, especially when we're making use of Power BI Desktop, just go to edit queries from the home tab. This is where you can directly access it, and you can work with the advanced editor to see what query is being used. It will display the query for you. What is the current query that's running, what query have you selected, and what transformations you can apply on it as well. So of course, to apply the actual transformations, we're going to have to go into the query editor and select each individual step, type in the query, and then work with it. But then one thing you really have to know is that all of the things that we can do, right, to the particular code that we're talking about, it's easily done in the case of advanced editor, because it provides all the basic functionality and a lot more as well. So in that particular case, you have the basic functioning bare bones of it, and you have a lot more features that you may or may not use as well. So to check out all of these, make sure you're talking about the M code, make sure you're talking about how you can go on to actually use the advanced editor and what the advanced editor does as well. Now, moving on to the 19th question, it says, why should general formatting be applied to data in the case of Power BI? Well, this is a very generic question, even though it might seem a little specific, because at the end of the day, general formatting needs to be applied to a lot of data that we have, right? See, in Power BI, what we're trying to do is we're trying to categorize the data, we're trying to identify data, and we're trying to see what's the easiest way we can work with it. So to do this, you will require relationships. To do this, you'll require custom formulas and a lot more, right? Now to do all of this, let's say you have to create a new column to work with it. You can go on to add a custom column, type in the name of the column, type in the relationship, type in the formulas, and it is just 4 or 5 clicks away. So general formatting is basically done to make sure that your task can be reduced to a minimum at the end of the day. As that's exactly what Power BI aims to do. You having to do a lot less for the code, and the code in fact is going to do a lot more for you. So to have a new column name, have a new box for it, have a formula for it, to map a relationship, to see what it does, is probably 5 or 6 clicks away, and it's as simple as that. So to kind of leverage this, we make use of general formatting. Now, coming on to the 20th question, it states, what are the most common data shaping techniques that are present in Power BI? It's not just Power BI. There are many other business intelligence tools that use this as well. Some of the most common things are, manually removing columns and rows based on the requirement. We can add indexes to keep the data a little more structured. We can apply a sorting order to see how we can work with the data and how we can actually, work with it in a structured way. And of course, there are many other things too. But what are some of the most widely used data shaping techniques? If it is asked, the answer is this: either manual removal of column and rows, or addition of indices, or of course sorting the data based on an order as well. So moving on to the 21st question, it says, which in-memory analytics engine is used in the case of Power Pivot? So one important talk about Power Pivot is, of course, it's in-memory analytics engine, right? And there is no other engine unlike Xvelocity, in my opinion, because this engine has the capability to handle large amount of data, store it in columnar databases, and present it to you like it's absolutely nothing. Like it doesn't break a sweat to do it. That is how efficient it is, and that is how intelligent it can get as well. So this is done very quickly in a very rapid manner because the data actually gets stored onto the RAM, and since it is on the RAM and not on the hard disk, your processing speed, your data read speed, your data write speed has gone exponentially up. And what this does, it makes sure that your processing speed is very high and that you can use it rapidly as well. And this is exactly what makes the Xvelocity engine very powerful as well. So with this, we can come to the 22nd question that states, what is Power BI Designer? Power BI Designer is actually a new tool that's been put into Power BI where it provides the ability for the users to create a lot of good looking reports, intuitive dashboards without you having to put much effort again. So you can change the visual aspects of the data, the aesthetics of the data with probably 4 or 5 clicks as well, because this is done to make sure that you can spend a good amount of time with the actual process of the goal, with the actual process of making a decision based on the analytics that you just drove, rather than having to spend time creating all of these reports. So this easy manipulation of the aesthetic part of it is exactly what Power BI Designer does. One thing about the Power BI Designer that Microsoft is doing right is that they have put in a lot of drag and drop capabilities. What it means is that you can start dragging in and dropping in data, let's say where you want to create a canvas report, or let's say if you have a layout where you want to start dragging in widgets, dragging in charts, dragging in maps, whatever it is, right? It's only a mouse click or a pull away. That's how simplified things have become in today's world of Power BI with the help of Power BI Designer. So when you ask this question, make sure to answer it in a clear and a concise way. Coming on to question number 23, it states, is it possible to refresh Power BI reports after they get published to the cloud? The answer is a very simple and a straightforward yes, because gateways are put into place for us to do just this. After the reports have been pushed to the cloud, we can edit it and we can refresh it based on the changes in the data that has happened. So how can we do this? There are two ways. So if you've shared it using SharePoint, then we have the DMG gateway or the data management gateway that we make use of it. And then if you've shared it on powerbi.com, then we have the Power BI personal gateway that we can make use for this purpose. So depending on how the data gets published to the cloud, either by using SharePoint or either by using the powerbi.com website, we have two gateways that help us refresh the data. Now, after understanding this,
just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Power BI by answering this question. The principal arrival of Power BI depends on which of the following: A. Microsoft Excel, B. Microsoft Word, C. Microsoft PowerPoint, D. Microsoft Outlook. Comment down your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
There could be a follow-up question which states, what are the gateways that are available in Power BI and why do we use them, right? See, a gateway is, as you just saw in the previous question, a bridge that is used to gap the differences. And a gateway, as you previously saw, is basically a bridge that is used to gap the on-premise data with the Azure cloud services that are present. So to do this, right, to make use of gateways, there are two types of gateways that are present in Power BI. One, we have the personal gateway and we have the on-premise gateway. A personal gateway is one where we can have the data imported and make sure we use it, but only by making use of Power BI service and on their website. So by making use of personal gateway, check out the name, it says personal. This means that it can only be used, accessed and worked on by one authority or one person. Now, we have the on-premise gateway. On-premise gateway is, let's say, an expanded version or an addition to personal gateway with a lot more features. Here you can work with direct query, you can have multiple users work with this, you can have many users refresh the data to see the progress as well, to see when the refreshes happened at what time. You can basically get analytics about refreshing as well. So that is how powerful gateways are. So when you ask this question, make sure to talk about the personal gateway, make sure to mention the on-premise gateway, about how personal gateway only works for Power BI service, while the on-premise gateway allows multiple users to work with as well. Moving on to the 25th question, it states, how can geographical data be mapped into Power BI reports? Geographical data can be mapped into the Power BI reports in a very simple fashion. It's by making use of map charts and filled map charts, right? So I'm sure if you're at this point of time in your interview preparation, you will already know this, or you would have used this as well. So by making use of map charts and filled map charts, we find the easiest way where we can visualize geographical data, be it your local locality, be it your local regional data, or global data as well. Power BI has one important integration is with Bing Maps, where we can pick up the default coordinates for locations. You can use geocoding, and you can make use of mapping places without having to know its latitude and longitude coordinates directly as well. So with this integration with Bing Maps, it makes it very intuitive for the user and the developer to actually go on to work with the tool, rather than working on understanding, knowing, noting, and using longitudes and latitudes as well. But then, of course, if you have to use it, you can. But there, do you have to compulsorily use it? The answer is no. Now, moving on to the 26th question, it says, what happens when you click on a single data point in one of the multiple visuals in a report? See, it's very simple. What happens when you click on a single data point is that the data gets selected and copied into your clipboard. That's about it. But then it's a very tricky question, and sometimes people fumble upon answering this, but then do not do that. Now you know the answer to this, right? So when you go on to do that, all your data gets selected. The single data point, of course, it gets copied to the clipboard. And of course, whenever you have copied data, you can paste it anywhere that you need it and use it. And this is at the end of the day put into place to make sure that you can work with Power BI effectively, and you really don't have to spend much time with all of these native things as well. So when you click on a data point, it gets copied. Use this in the clipboard to paste it wherever you require it and use it. As simple as that. Moving on to the 27th question, it states, what is Z order in Power BI? Z order is actually a design strategy that is put into place where we try to arrange the visuals by making use of certain shapes. So what the Z order does is that, we can define it, we can have an implementation where we're trying to show the report, which consists of multiple elements, where we're trying to refresh the display, of how the order of elements gets changed in case the reports itself are changed. See, you will have data in the reports, and this will be constant and working fine. But then if your data changes in the report, there's a very good chance your report can change too, right? So let's say your order of item changes, your item entity itself changes, or there's a change in the relationship. In this particular case, we make use of this strategical approach where we are trying to arrange our visuals by considering the shapes. So with this, what happens is that, when anything changes, right, it really doesn't mess up the dashboard or mess up the workstation, but it works really well and it holds the aesthetic ability for the display as well. So in that particular reference, Z order is a very important thing in Power BI. So coming on to the 28th question, it states, how do you stay up to date with the new and upcoming concepts in Power BI or in BI itself? See, whenever you're talking about this question, right, in a business intelligence interview, this is a very commonly asked question. The interviewer here, he or she, in fact, is trying to assess your interest of Power BI to see if you have the ability, the interest to actually, go on to explore new things that come into this world of BI and how best you can leverage it. Because today's software is tomorrow's obsolete when you think about it, right? Even in the case of Power BI, yes. Just check out the initial releases of Power BI and Power BI now. There's a day and night difference with the number of added features and how simplified Power BI is to use these days. So in that particular case, the interviewer tries to understand on how you approach something new, how you understand it, how you learn it, and how you implement it as well. Because it's not just learning new things, right? In the world of business intelligence, there is a problem that requires a solution. It is as simple as that. If you know the latest bells and whistles, the latest tools and techniques that you can go on to use it, then of course it makes your job very easy. It saves you time and money. It saves the employer time and money. Now, at the end of it, the interviewer wants to understand how well you are prepared to scale yourself up in a production environment as well. So if you're a fresher or a person out of college, you might not have a lot of production experience, right, in a production environment. Now, with this, the interviewer can get a solid idea of you having the capability to learn new things and effectively build on it too. So answer it in a clear way, state your interest. So state how you find your own ways to learn new things. There is no one answer here that will fit for all of you guys. So I suggest you sit, have a notepad, make note of how you learn new things and state it that way. Now, moving on to the 29th question, it says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? This is definitely a commonly asked question in a Power BI interview because, as I told you, business intelligence is required for every industry, every field that you can think of in one way or another. So let's say if you're applying, for the military, let's say if you're applying to perform business intelligence for a social media, for a hospital, or let's say a medical firm, in that particular case, they will want to know in case if you have worked in the same domain. It's just data familiarity. It's just knowing that you will be a better fit to that team there. So if you're a fresher, of course, you can just say no, that you really don't have any experiences, or you can take a little intelligent approach where you try to probably talk about the projects that you have done either in a certification program or in your college or something that has helped you understand this industry that you're trying to apply to. So make sure to talk about the experience in case if you have the experience. But then if you do not, if you're a fresher right out of college, then do talk about the tools, the techniques that you have used, and how you think that will be a best fit for the industry that you're applying for now. Moving on to the 30th question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and your implementation process? This is a very, very, very important question because interviewers, especially in the world of business intelligence, they understand the weightage, they understand the leverage that a certified BI, comes into the picture. Because at the end of the day, they know that if you have put in time and effort into a certification program, that you've learned something new, it provides them a confidence that you have the ability to work on your career and that this is what you want to do in the long term. That you have the strong aspiration to actually learn on new things, pick up new things, and eventually solve problems by making complete use of your knowledge as well. And of course, you being an effective learner is something that they'll definitely look forward to if they're hiring you, right? These are some of the aspects that they expect for. And with a certification program, you already know that you will have comprehensive knowledge taught by experts. A good certification program will give you industry level projects. It will give you access to a lot of things where you can learn Power BI or any other IT concept for that matter. Learn it, understand what the problem is that you're trying to solve, find out ways on how you can approach experts, learn from them, and at the end of the day work with a community, or you can solo it out to solve a problem. Because any IT concept, right, think about big data, think about AI, think about business intelligence, whatever it is, everything here is put into place because we want to make use of the computational power around us to simplify a problem or simplify a task to the fullest. That is your advantage. And as first I mentioned, the first 3 points we discussed was the advantage that the interviewer wants to see in you. So when you're talking about a certification program, right, it always adds value that you talk about what you learned and how you implemented your learning there. You might have 3 or 4 certifications, or let's say even more as well. In that particular case, quickly list all the certifications you have, and if you feel like the interviewer wants more details about what you learned, which he or she definitely will do, in that particular case, start elaborating about what you learned and what you got out of it, because the outcome of a certification program is very important, not what the certification program is. So talk about what you learned, talk about how you plan to implement it, talk about how you have already implemented it in the past, and you should be good. Well guys, I take this opportunity to wish you guys all the very best for all of your interviews. With this said, you have a clear idea of how you can approach these top Power BI interview questions in a clear and a concise way, and how you can answer them to the best of your abilities as well. So with this, I'm sure you guys can be 1 step closer to acing all of your Power BI interviews.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Power BI online certification training in partnership with Microsoft, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.